Cool.
The other day I was at choir practice at church, and afterwards I was talking to the pianist, and she told me she really liked my necklace and how it sometimes like lit up and blinked. And I was like, yeah, these are just my Bluetooth headphones. That's not a necklace.
Oh.
She's a sweet old lady.
Speaking of sweet old
jewelry
ladies,
of the future.
I need everyone except Nicholas and Flamel to roll me a d20.
Nicholas and Flamel?
Sorry, Flamel.
When did
and
he get
Ewan.
here? I needed to be notified.
My bad. Ewan and Flamel. The brain's totally working.
So wait, who's not rolling?
Ewan and Flamel.
The people who've already given a recap are not rolling.
Taco. One.
Dang it, you made me waste the nat 20.
Oh, that's so sad.
Or maybe that's not a waste. I guess it depends on what flavor of superstition you subscribe to.
This is true.
Like, is it a good omen to start off with the 20? Or
is it using that? Yeah.
Or is it used up?
Like it's a better omen if you start out with a nat 20 that you were actually supposed to roll.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think it's a good omen either way.
Just one thing before we do start. Bloop, remember you do have whatchamacallit, the thingy you do that I gave you from last session. Inspiration for the nation. Just so you remember. Alright.
Time for your birthday in like 2 days.
Yes, my birthday is on Friday. I got it a watermelon.
Nice. A watermelon?
Cake. It's a watermelon cake.
Oh, cake. Okay. I didn't.
It's not flavored watermelon.
Nice.
It's just a chocolate cake that looks like a watermelon.
Oh, that's better. I was like, oh no.
Not that there's a problem with straight watermelon, but I was just like, is there more to that, or was it just here's a watermelon?
The watermelon.
That's the kind of thing my siblings would do. It's like,
little sister had a watermelon cake one year, and it was just watermelon cut up and decorated with other fruit to look like a fancy cake, but it was just watermelon.
Nice.
Let's see here.
So,
Custom item.
DM.
Yeah.
Who is it who's doing the recap?
You are, Mr. Arvad.
I was just making sure. That's what I figured. But my brain reset, so I just had
Is it lowest then?
I was also talking at it.
Gotcha.
So.
Nice.
You and your ADHD. Alright. Well, I guess I'll begin. Let's see. What did happen? Last we all met, we decided to go shopping. It only took us like 20 minutes to figure out that that's what we wanted to do. And when we went out looking, I bought this here fancy red towel. Yeah, I feel like it's gonna do me a wonderful, loads of wonderful things. I bought this towel for fairly cheap. I sold someone stolen poison liquor from the big evil Kenku man, who is the big bad evil guy at this little glass globe place. So that guy's in for a surprise when he drinks that. That's about all I marked as my own character wandered off on his own and then came back. And I guess the next thing I really noticed was that we were not moving. I mean, we were moving, but we weren't moving. We were just like, it just doesn't feel like we're getting out of this driving mass of people selling shit. So yeah, now I gotta figure out how the heck we're gonna get out of here. Other than the fact that I think the last thing I did was talking to the swoop. And they were making weird fart noises at each other. Just like that, my favorite historical drama, Treasure Planet. And then off Sloop ran. And then I also shouted, "After the sloop." Oh yeah.
We all started running after Sloop.
So we are all now running after the dog, or the thing that behaves like a dog but looks like a slug, or maybe a slug.
Maybe a snail.
And maybe a snail. Who knows?
Does it have a shell, DM?
As of this moment right now, it does not have a shell.
Okay. Interesting. So it can be upgraded with a shell. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
I'm not saying. I haven't said anything.
Can upgrade anything with enough science.
Enough money.
This is fair. Why isn't the music working? Lingbot.
Lingbot was too enthralled and left speechless by my brilliant recap of my perspective of the shopping episode.
I think Lingbot just like hardcore.
Lingbot full on crashed. Oh, wait, no.
Oh, it's alive. Hello, Lingbot.
It just took him out.
Lingbot lives!
It says current song is Frantic Chase, and yet I hear nothing, which makes me more frantic technically.
You just have Lingbot probably muted or turned down, don't you? Because I'm hearing it.
I hear it.
It
It doesn't sound very frantic.
I was gonna say I have to have my speakers turned down enough so that Lingbot doesn't overwhelm everyone in the recording.
Yeah. That's why it starts at volume 50 out of 100.
Oh my gosh.
I was gonna say I've got Lingbot set to like 30 right now.
The Sloop is so cute.
Sloop.
This is most definitely not the music that I put in.
What do you mean?
Oh, it might be doing that weird autoplay thing.
That's what I'm thinking it's doing, because this is...
I haven't sat down and...
It's good. No worries. I'm just grateful we have Lingbot that... Okay. Can I skip? You gonna... Sounds... slightly better. We'll find out. So... You all have... began the chase of Lace Sloop.
There's the music.
There's the music. Yay! I need an order in which this party is traveling in.
I'm probably
Like...
first because I'm the one who's like talking with
Okay.
Because I was the one who jokingly had the idea and I realized it was happening.
Okay.
I think the other three of us were in the middle of talking about this whole
Cooler that I'm going to disassemble.
Oh no!
That you were. And then you watched the other two take off after the sloop that is currently
We're running after them.
running down
At least I am.
an aisle of stalls and is banking hard right. So the other three are chasing?
Yeah.
Alright. How long do you think it would have taken for you guys to notice that happened?
I would have yelled it.
Yeah.
They yelled, "Follow the
we heard it
Sloop."
after that sloop. The only thing, depending on how big the thing was, like it might have taken a second to like pick it up and start running. For
Oh, the
is
cooler?
all I can think. The cooler, yeah.
It is not. Based on the above picture of the cooler, and I'm just imagining it like that, except more high tech. Maybe not with a spigot. I don't know. But that is not heavy, nor is it big. I could probably just carry it in one hand.
And
I
you
have
have
extras.
4, so yes.
Alright.
Follow pretty
So-
immediately.
With that, the group has started darting off to this marketplace. Bloop and Yuan, no, sorry, Arvad, not Yuan. You two like definitely noticed the strange pattern, and you two have been the ones that have pointed it out, not really communicating that to the rest of the group. The sloop is taking left turns, right turns, during up and down various alleys, but always sticking to the same pattern. 3 rights, 2 lefts. 2 rights, 3 lefts. It keeps going on and on. And with the lack of knowledge of or feeling a passage of time, it's kind of messing with you a little bit. You know that you're moving forward. You're also stuck here wondering, are we moving forward? At all? Is this just the same? It's an infinite loop. How long have you been chasing this loop for? Has it been a second? A minute? I mean, you're like feeling the effects of running, but...
Does
Excuse
Bloop
me.
really run? Oh, I guess Bloop's in the suit. Never mind.
Yeah, in the suit.
Yeah, I didn't say she's running around. Bloop, as you are the one leading it, and whoever wants to be at the very back, I want you guys to roll a perception check for me. Yeah, whoever's...
I'll go ahead and take the caboose.
Okay.
Alright. You're a tiny bit slower because you have to take an extra second to settle your arm.
Yeah,
I'm
to
just
just
thinking of stuff.
wrap my arm around it, kind of, you know.
Yep.
What's...
Wait, I have inspiration.
Use your inspiration. So,
First roll.
you guys realize we could be doing the mystery game with Snoop. We can call him Snoop.
Oh my word.
Coming after you.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh, we got this.
I love it. I love it.
Well,
Alright.
Wow,
You're-
you suck.
You guys are able to keep up with the part, like stay together. It isn't difficult. It's also not like a run for your life, what's going on situation, but everybody is in a pretty quick sprint happening right now. Sloop is staying probably good 25, 30 feet ahead of you. Every once in a while, he will dodge or try and jump over a stand and cut through it. You don't hear any barks from the Sloop. You just hear the sound coming from him. But you're able to...
Sound.
Do not question my ways.
Oh, I think I remember this from the MTC. Never mind.
I have no idea what it's about.
But as you turn the second left, it's you look a little confused because what's been happening, things have been changing. I mean, like as far as shop owners have changed, but it's the same type of shop as you're giving. You guys are kind of clocking it. But the shop owners are changing from, your what I like air quotes your standard races to like some of these more exotic, crazy, like alien like races. Think of the crazy stuff, and you get the crazy stuff.
Oh, that one's an elf.
Elf on one side, then you see a swarm of centipedes folding in over themselves in some humanoid form, baking a cake, and then the cake dissolves, and you keep moving forward. But as you turn the second left, Loop, you swear you can see the butt end of Ewan. Ewan, as you are looking around, seeing what's happening, checking your surroundings, don't want to get caught off guard, don't want people to jump you. You look back and you swear you can see Bloop staring at your butt.
that's
Not just there,
weird.
staring.
Well, the thing is, if it was anyone else, like Bloop is pretty unique in appearance, even in a spacesuit or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, if I see him, I'm gonna definitely take another glance back on like a straightaway or something,
All right.
just to like confirm, maybe.
Rounding the left corner as everybody is jumping over tables, sliding underneath them, whatever your character, how they would parkour through this.
Hardcore.
However they would parkour. You parkour over these things, backflips, whatever you want to do, you can do it. Imagine it in your mind, make it look cool and epic, because that's what it is. But you clear the table, pushing several of the the patrons to the side. They look a little upset that a huge crowd of 5 people has just gone through them. I'm like, hey, what the heck's going on? But as it turns into a straightaway, you look behind, and this time you watch as Bloop does. He clears it, and then the rest of the party clears it, and you can see yourself at the end doing exactly what you had just done, flipping over the table. The same patrons enacting the exact same thing of angrily asking you guys to knock it off.
But each time that we come to a new obstacle, we're seeing new people.
Yes.
So, would you say he's literally looking back in the past? Effectively? Or
No, I'm looking back to the future.
you're looking back to the... Oh, that's...
Are we doing this right now?
DM, can my car in my ship, the one that I stole, can it look like a DeLorean for no other
100% you can have modified it to look that way.
Yeah.
Because it looks like a cop car, but we
Yeah.
don't want it to look like a cop car necessarily.
So it's like a DeLorean.
I'm gonna say I'm going to yell to Bloop behind me. Stop right there a moment.
Oh, yeah, back. No.
Bloop!
Wait, how does it... Where's it...
Bloop, as you're running, still trying to keep up with Sloop, simultaneously, you hear Ewan's voice ahead of you, off in the distance, yelling something that you can't really make out, but it's ahead of you, and then you hear him behind you say what he just said.
I say no. And I run.
I guess, DM, am I close enough to where I hear Ewan say no, or to say to go, or to slow?
Like, shouting it out, like, yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna start explaining what we're running. Like, oh yeah, you guys should know, we're running because we're stuck in some sort of weird loopy thing that's looping. So we're running because the thing knows how to get out. The fart
Trapped in a
dog.
paradox?
Can I have we seen any of these people on our way in? Can I see if any of the people, or were you already saying that these were all, we had seen before?
Just
The-
roll a perception check for me.
Okay.
Each time you, turn a new corner, it's a different person, but that doesn't mean you haven't seen them before, so.
Gotcha.
DM, so hang on, DM.
Mm-hmm.
You said that I can see the one in front of me.
Yes.
How far in front of me?
Appears to be 45 to 50 feet in front of Sloop. Sloop's about another 25 to 30 in front of you.
Okay.
So.
Not quite far enough yet to extend my pseudopod to try and reach him.
Yeah, not quite yet. Slunda, as you're looking around, no one's looking. Besides your party, everybody's is looking pretty foreign, pretty strange. Every once in a while, Kasatha will pop up and have to do a little second take just to make sure, but no one's. Everybody's looking pretty different.
Ready.
Why are we looking at acrobatics?
Oh, it was about the parkour. Joking
Oh.
about the parkour.
I'm definitely parkouring.
I am not.
I do have
I'm
a
just
plus 4
robot
to
dogging.
acrobatics, so.
I'm just seeing Flamel just running through tables, merchandise flying off to the side.
Sorry.
Every once in a while, you'll get a strange you'll get like a strange liquid that lands on your chest, and you just put a little containment sample and scoop it into it, stocking it for later.
There's a tiny bloop in a jar. I was gonna say, how long
many samples
are we gonna keep going following this?
I'll stop if everybody else stops.
How long are you going to keep going?
I was gonna say, has Arvad noticed the same thing that Bloop noticed, which is Ewan noticing? Oh, have I noticed the thing too?
Well, I've noticed the time loop shenanigans, the portal, what's going on here, past meeting Back to the Future.
Yeah.
I would say, like, if you're given enough time, as you guys are running and, like, looking around trying to figure out what's actually happening, you'd pick up on it.
Okay, so we are the past version of what is seen, yes?
You're the present version looking forward into the past.
So we're looking before us, in front of us is the past.
Maybe, you don't know. Might be the future.
Well, I'm about to test it.
Okay.
But I'm trying to realize what everybody's seeing. So, from my perspective, I'm the present, but ahead of us is the past, and behind us is the future?
You can test it out.
Well, this is going to be a very painful way for me to test it, so I'm just trying to make sure that's how I'm seeing things. Does it, if I pay enough attention ahead of time, does it look like I've already done those specific? Okay, I'll do a basic test first before I do the other test, because actually it's more logical to do a basic test. I was just going to shoot myself and then see if I hurt myself. Never mind, I'm not going to shoot myself. I didn't shoot myself, but I think...
Arvad, as you're thinking that...
I'm going to do a
Arvad,
handstand instead.
oh, well, Arvad, as you are thinking that, getting ready to do your handstand, you feel this pain in your foot, and you're going to take 6 points of piercing damage.
Wait, handstand? What handstand?
No, not a handstand. You look down and your foot is now bleeding.
Why the heck? Don't now! No, it hurt! Stop! I'm the one you shot! I shout to myself? I don't know.
Okay. Shouting it to yourself. Ewan and Bloop and everybody else, you guys can hear this faint echo happening from the back. And it starting from the beginning.
I'm just going to... I'm gonna stop.
Yeah, I will also stop. Because I'm like, alright, something fishy's going on.
I don't know that people are stopping, so I'm gonna keep
Wait. Are they stopped ahead of us?
No, we're behind.
No, but...
Unless
yeah,
the
that's what I'm
loop.
trying to figure out. Are
that
they
is true.
stopped in
Yes.
front of us?
Starting up from your gun wound that you have, so you watch as Bloop. Bloop, make one final perception check for me.
You said that was, what, 6 damage?
Yes.
Damn.
That's a dirty 20.
Okay. You are able to clock a stopped Ewan. But you've been running, you've been sprinting, doing your Bloop acrobatics, bouncing around, trying to catch the sloop. I'll have you do one quick reflex save for me.
Let me see that. Okay. Good for everyone.
The sloop.
+4. That's 8.
Pumping on the brakes, trying to like stop the movement. Slipping and sliding though, because you are an ooze.
An ooze
dirt
in a
being
suit.
Kicked up. You find yourself, Bloop, now standing in front, like everybody's kind of gathered together, back in front of where you were without being super far away from the group. A little piece of you is missing. Ewan, you feel this just slime running down your back.
I will...
Am I behind one now?
No, you're back in front of him now. You did this weird time-shifting shenanigans, but Ewan like feels you all over his back.
I reach my pseudopod over and slurp out the liquid that I had encountered.
Teletubby style, just...
What sort of Teletubbies did you watch?
What?
Never mind.
The vacuum.
Vacuum.
Yeah.
Sorry, when you said that, I was imagining like Lala or Poe with like a proboscis,
Right.
like a pseudopod coming out and saying, I was like, this is much less creepy.
Oh.
The vacuum is the coolest thing ever.
You see you guys gather around figuring out what's happening. I'm trying to just, understand what's happening. Looking back, about 45 feet, you watch as a group of you standing in the same position is slowly starting, not like they're moving, but the group itself the image of the group is moving towards you, and over to the right, the image of the group is moving towards you as well. And within seconds, everything has just collided. You feel
Also,
this.
it's like when you strum a string and you can see it blurring across, and then
Mhm.
it gets closer and closer, and then finally.
Yes. Yes.
So this is like-
Exactly.
Is this again?
Help! It's again.
Seeing.
It seems like everything has gone back to normal. The sounds of the marketplace have
Where is the scoop?
returned. The sloop is just he's just sitting down next to
I go
you.
pet him.
That
Okay.
was interesting.
Sound he makes as you start petting him.
Now that we're stopped, we no longer can see ourselves in the distance, correct?
Nope, seems like that time has converged on itself. Resetting everything.
Why were we chasing Sloop? And what just happened?
Well, we are, let me more thoroughly explain since my shouting was echoed by myself. Which is weird. So I have noticed that we are in some sort of endless hell loop that we cannot leave. And
Huh.
when they talk about like permission here to come and go and this and that, I think they actually need permission to leave or enter specific spaces forever. Like, I don't think we were supposed to have been guided here and have come here. I think we should have just gone and I don't even know. We shouldn't have ever come here in the first place. By here, I mean this glass hole of hell.
It's not like we had a choice.
Well, can we go ask someone for permission?
So do you hear, all of you hear after saying that, this high-pitched squeaky voice, you didn't need permission to leave, I was just messing with you.
Who said that? I turn around to find the voice.
I'm gonna look more down.
Looking down at you you see this
Oh, is this what's his
1.5
face in charge of it?
foot, maybe 2 foot tall, bright neon pink Skittermander. For those of you that don't know what a Skittermander is, it's essentially Stitch from Lilo and Stitch, except has 6 arms instead of 4.
Wait, like Lilo and Stitch,
Love
like
it,
the
I love it.
cartoon, or like Lilo and Stitch, like the new live-action movie they're doing, and he looks like a terrible.
Well, it's a cartoon.
elephant.
Except it's much fuzzier. The fur is much poofier.
Fuzzy.
Okay.
No.
And fluffy!
You see the little antenna that are up, and at the tip of it, it's black. You see the top 2 arms are crossed and folded, and then the middle set of arms are moving around. Well, one of them is. Both of them are also like moving around, and then one arm on the left side is tucked into a pocket, and the other one, it's only you see like half an arm, and it's just kind of waving around, not knowing what doing. Sorry about that. I just had to see what you guys were doing here. Haven't seen y'all here in a while.
It's because
You guys
to just
were
ask questions instead of
pretty good at getting out of it the first time you came in here, and it was like, what's going on? Look a little different. Look a little younger.
This is the first time we've ever been here.
Okay. And he just starts walking. Kind of like a wobble as he's walking into one of the stalls. Hops up on this, or crawls up on this seat that puts him eye level to Let's see, about
Average of us.
yeah, probably like Arvad's eye level. The rest of you are kind of a little taller.
DM,
Oh.
point of order. I would just like to say, or to know, what year was it when we left?
What year was it when you left? Like when you entered into Glassway?
When we attempted to leave and ended up in the Glassway, what year was
What year do we believe it is?
It would be according to the galactic calendar. 50. Was it 50? Oh, let me go into my notes. I wasn't expecting this question.
it? It's pertinent.
No,
but
you're
I'm
good.
also about to ask, so- Let me do this
Yes.
Yes.
Is he the guy that got described before?
Mhm.
yes.
Like the guy who runs this? Okay, I thought he had like
Oh.
He's
a
missing part
different
of an
amount of
arm.
arms.
Mhm.
Oh, he is missing part of armor. I
Yeah,
missed
he's
that.
got-
Oh, pink,
he's got
4.5 mark. Heisenberg, then.
Oh, I must have
Heisenberg, yep.
I must have been
So-
behind us. Oh, I was imagining a bald guy for some. Oh, because of the show. Never mind. Now I know why I'm confused.
It was galactic calendar year 50.746.
Cool. Now Arvad will ask the Skittermander. Quick question, since everyone's asking questions like this. What year was it for you when you first entered Glasswood?
That's an interesting point. I've always been here. I don't know. Just kind of lived here.
Okay.
You born here?
I don't remember being born here, but I remember being here. I'm just kind of. Right on.
Remember being a child?
If I did, it was a really long time ago, but time doesn't really exist here, so no. It's nice to see all of your faces again. Ewan, I see the wrinkles have gone. Anti-aging cream must have done wonders for you.
Oh, you misunderstand.
I've not done.
Mr. Heisenberg, we are not the group that you are familiar with. We are actually
Obviously not.
we're the first versions of them, as in this is our first time being here, and when you know them was their last time being here. So we will eventually get to this sort of familiarity, but as
let's
Not
hope
really know
not.
you yet.
Well, I am Heisenberg. It is a pleasure to meet all of you.
I reach out my hand and shake his hand.
He lifts. There's a 4.5 arms go out
I
to shake.
all four of his arms with my one hand.
Kind of lift him
I
up
love-
off the seat.
Because that's
He's
how I
maybe
exercise.
he's maybe 25 pounds as you're just like shaking him.
Oh, I resist the urge to shake him like a baby.
I should. He's like in this. He has this. Think of it like it's almost like an archmage's cloak from like old fantasy, like the high collar that comes up. It's black with golden trim that he wears, but he has an arm socket for each arm. It's just kind of hanging there. That's the only piece of clothing that he has on, except for this one headband with these little markings inside that are really tiny, so you can't make out quite what it's saying. I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. It was just fun, and I might have been told to do it by the big boss, but I don't. I mean, he said if we find you, that we should trap you and let you stay in there until he comes by and gets you.
I was gonna say, we're trying to go bring him a cake, actually.
I hold
Yeah.
on. That's now somehow looks like a watermelon cake.
That
You do that.
Are you Mr.
beautiful, beautiful.
From all the running.
Oh, we're running
reality is
into
made
a
of watermelon.
watermelon cake.
He doesn't have
I need a sample of that cake.
Now,
Watermelon. Yes, you
you
want.
you do seem to be the first person who we've met here has met our other / future /
us.
I don't know selves. I don't
I'm-
believe that the other person is me, so I cannot say that it is us.
I don't believe the other person is you either, or at least you're not him yet.
Right. And I'm
Yeah.
not sure that our path necessarily coincides with whatever point in time they are.
I sure hope not. Usually time
Version of us.
anomalies like that happen when future selves die.
I was gonna
So-
say, according to the
Yeah, that
different
makes sense.
theories of multiverse and paradoxical timelines, that would most likely not who we will be, but potentially have been. And since they are
Could have been,
no longer
or
here,
could have will be.
Well, we could have been.
our memories, then more than likely, those of us who have died are no longer, or not yet, the ones who will die. So we are a completely new us, different from who you know.
I really appreciate that you guys are new. You separate yourselves from your other selves.
I don't know what they did or did not do.
Did
All
you
I know is
not
the
like us?
One, both our dads are alcoholics.
Some
I imagine there are a
similarities.
lot of similarities.
Probably.
Yes.
Usually the circuitry lines up a little better than the human mind and personality. That's the time to get where things get a little wonky.
I'm not mentally equipped to deal with all this time loopy shenanigans.
Figured you've just gone through the equivalent. Have you ever? I've heard it's quite enjoyable. Haven't done it here, but have you ever gotten like really eaten a lot of food and then gone on a ride and just like done a lot of spinning and you feel like you're gonna puke? That's kind of what's happening to your mind right now. Realities and timelines converging all in one. Yeah, don't worry, it gets better the more you practice. Okay?
I was gonna say that's my everyday, so it feels pretty normal. It's just very confusing. I've never met someone who's actually known me.
You guys should probably watch this one. Too much alcohol can do some damage to his liver. But
He's sober.
Yeah.
somebody might want to like give him a nice little physical exam after this.
Perfect health. Luke says completely separately.
I start.
Don't worry, I'm a medic. I'll.
Perfect health.
There's no body.
But as this is your last time here. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Slunda. What were you gonna say, darling?
How does one practice?
Oh, you just do what you've been doing. Go through some fractured fractal timelines. There's devices. Puts up one of his hands to whisper, to signal to be quiet. Which we can't talk about here. And he looks up at the sky. You guys see that those dark rain clouds are getting darker and darker. The rain is getting heavier. Lightning is getting closer to the area. I think he's gonna become well, he's not gonna be here, but he's gonna send his dogs after you soon. So I won't keep you guys here long. I just wanted to say hi for the first time. Yeah, first time.
Are you gonna get in trouble for us getting away?
This place. He points at me here. I'll just say you guys slipped out. Some paradoxical anomaly that you caused, because that's what you like
I
doing.
was gonna ask if you needed us to like rip your coat or something. And I
Oh,
just want to-
absolutely not. This is quite fashionable. I would never have you rip my coat.
Would you like me to clean it? I do for cleaning.
I appreciate that, Bloop. But I'm good for now. But when you guys, I know you guys are busy doing stuff. If you get a minute, I don't wanna bog you guys down now. But like, if you ever come back, which, if you remember the rules, what do you have to do?
Come back?
Good.
So
You guys
that you
passed the
don't die?
test. Yeah, exactly. That would be very bad. Reality would kind of shift and implode on itself, and everybody would die if that happened. So, not good. But when you guys come back, we'll have more time to talk about what I need you guys to do for me. You do owe me a favor. So, I mean, your future selves owe me a favor, and they're dead now. So that's still puts up all four of his arms, air quotes. Technically, you. So that fault comes on to you guys.
What was the
not-
done in return?
What do we get out of this?
What did our futures? What did the other us? What did you do for the other us that got this favor?
Oh, you just help me out a little bit here. I got them out of a sticky situation with with a guy that owned a shop here, kind of a creep white-haired guy. Don't remember his name, really. Didn't spend much time around him, but kind of into the spooky stuff. More of the void side of things. So I didn't do business with him. He didn't like it, but I got them out of a situation with him, caused that he was able to also leave. Whole long story. We can talk about that later now. As lightning is now, it's not saying it's moved from the clouds and is now striking down at some of the taller buildings that are around. So you guys come back. I'll let you out. But I just wanted to say hi. It's nice seeing familiar faces that aren't here always.
Would you say that we're friends?
Well, of course we're friends.
Oh, in that case, I'm just wondering. Probably the other me asked this before, but I haven't. Could I possibly get a blood sample from you?
My darling. There's like a little dial on the side of the chair that he pushes as it scoots up close to you. He then pushes another one as it slowly begins raising to be eye level with you. You are always welcome to have a blood sample of mine after you do something that I ask you to do. And moves the chair. The chair moves back and he slides back down to Arvid's eye level.
Fair enough. We're a little probably later then.
Yeah, I know you guys are busy and I've got business to run. I do want to thank you, Ewan. You brought money into my establishment for a man that I was thinking was going to have to take out because he wasn't bringing any money in. But you gave him a second chance, so thanks for that.
That's very kind of you.
You can see that he gave you the deluxe cooler. Very nice, very good. Make good use of it. But
Ewan will just glare at the cooler a little bit.
Thanks for letting him scare me.
I just look really confused. I'm like, it's a nice cooler. I mean, what'd you trade?
I'm going
I
to
probably don't want to know.
I'm going to bow to Heisenberg and then just walk off in a direction.
okay.
We've got to go, Heisenberg, but I'll be back for that blood sample.
Alrighty, I'm holding you to it. If there's anything you guys ever need, let me know. All commerce comes through me. I know everything that's in here. I can hook you up. Okay? You just make sure you come by old Heisenberg every once in a while.
Does he have?
He does not have a fedora. Sorry.
We already were told that he's Stitch, so
Yeah.
Stitch but pink.
He has a little cloak.
He has a fez, okay?
That's
Yeah.
I accept that.
Yeah.
I accept that wholeheartedly.
I love
A
it.
bright blue fez with a tassel that's gold that comes off the side.
Really? It's not a bikini top?
No. It is not.
Alright, well, I'll just bid him adieu and head after Ewan.
Alright. You guys leave the market area. As you step away from the stall, begin heading out. Everything almost like an Inception style. The buildings start to twist onto their sides, parting the way for you, as there's just now a clear path that leads back up the hill, back into like the Glassway proper. As you exit the marketplace, one final glance back into this weird situation that you were in. You watch as the buildings all fall back in, and all the stalls fall back into the manner that they belonged. Music continued playing. The storm clouds seem to be very intense right over the marketplace. Reaching the top of the hill, you watch as a large bolt of lightning strikes just at the center of it. And the clouds dissipate.
Guys, I'm pretty sure that's what that hounds. Did we ever
That's
get count
what?
How many there are? You know, the hounds that are going to hunt us for those stupid birdmen who go squawk and scream a lot of shit.
What's that? I don't see.
The lightning bolt. I think
What?
I just think it just dropped. Oh, Damn you and your no eyes. But yeah, no, I think we either need to skedaddle or head to a place where we can properly fight them. So I don't know what you guys are feeling.
I'm going to look up and then see if Umpo is waiting for us out here.
Roll a perception check for me.
I was gonna say, Bloop is also holding a cake for, Mr. Big.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So is our plan to go straight to him to do our potential reconciliation thing, or are we still going to the Grunge Pits?
I have a cake.
It's a good question. I am not sure.
Don't want to waste the cake.
You know, at first you're not seeing Umpo around. So you're walking, 10, 15 feet, looking down some of the alleyways. You don't see him. You begin turning to head back to the group. You hear a bell start going off from like a door opening and closing, a shop door. You hear Umpo's voice, but it sounds like it's full of food. Hi guys. How'd it go? You didn't by chance pay off my debt to Heisenberg? No?
Were we meant to?
No, I just thought you might have. I mentioned it, but it's okay.
I don't have very much money on me anyway.
Oh.
That I could have done it. But
It's okay.
it was
So, did you guys get what you needed?
I will hold up the
More or
toaster.
less.
That
I
looks
hold
like
up my sketchbook.
good stat.
Got a backpack.
You want that's good scrap? That? Yeah! Linda, that's awesome. That's cool.
I have a towel.
That's handy. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's sure.
This guy keeping a straight face on all of us with our unrelated items.
It's not.
Well,
Right. Bloop's got a cake.
well,
I
there's
am
still lots of glass. Oh, sorry. What were you saying?
sorry. This is not necessarily directed to you, Umpo. This is for the rest of the group. We're trying to figure out where we're going next, or trying to figure out what the plan is. If everybody else knows, I'm not sure. I do think that it'll be a good idea for us to go with Bloop's plan here of bringing this cake to Mr. Big, and also we should try to make some kind of amends because it would seem he might be kind of a missing variable that we need to avoid that future where we all die.
Flamel, I think you might need your voice box adjusted.
You hear me?
Oh, we can hear you. It's just I'm making a joke about the audio quality.
Sound
We can
quality.
still hear you. Yeah.
And I was like, oh no!
I do think absolving us from being chased would be a good step before we figure out how we're going to help Rosie and Chronicler. Because we need to go to the scrap yard. No, that's not the name for it. Hold on.
Grunge Pits.
Grunge
The
Pit.
Grunge Pits.
So,
It's essentially a scrapyard, but
I turned to Umpo. Does Mr. Biggs like cake?
no idea.
Seems to like cake
well,
in the memory.
Here's what I see happening. We have two options, realistic. One, we can go try and make good with Mr. Big, who we have not technically as of yet met. And we could try explaining that and give him a cake, and all can go well. But also, he seems angry enough about whatever we may do in the future, kind of thing, that he stole the mind of Chronicler and did something magically to
Rosie?
Rosie. And that means, he's probably pretty mad and might just, straight out attack us and lead to a big brawl. or so we can try and do that, or we can just try and bypass that initially and go see what we can acquire to help them, and maybe bypass that and fight them later, or not fight him for a long time. So either way, it feels like we are very early on in this campaign, and so the decision is a 50-50 whatever, but just keep those options in mind.
Umpo gets really close to you, Arvad, uncomfortably close to your personal bubble. You can smell this subtle scent of rot coming off of him. I don't really know who you are, what any of you have done, but if you've already upset Mr. Big, that's not good. That's not good at all.
Insight check that he doesn't know any of us after having seen that video.
Hey, Umpo, how long have you been here?
Are you trained in sense motive?
Sense, no. In fact, I have a negative modifier, so,
Ooh.
I was gonna say, I actually wanted to
Sorry.
do the thing, but in a different way. I wanted to
Since
ask him about how long Umpo's been here, but I want to see if he's trying to lie to me or if he just doesn't remember regarding his answer.
Well, I've been here a lot. Like, I think I've talked to you about this before. I don't remember. Been here quite a while.
you
as far
have
as I
the
can
man
remember.
on your self.
Yeah.
I do have him. How do you know about him? He starts pulling his shirt over to cover more of his shoulder and puts his hand over it.
So does he feel like he's being truthful and he just genuinely is having different issues in the same way that like yours words?
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be. Roll. What that rolled, yeah, for sure. He seems.
Does the tumor feel like it's live? No, I'm just kidding.
He hasn't spoken.
Well, the fact that, saying this out of character, but the fact that he reacted to in surprise that we knew that he had the guy on his chest. I don't know if that was because he was drinking yesterday, though, or if he just totally...
Seems to have short-term memory issues.
What's his name? No.
Umpo?
He knew this morning. Umpo? Yeah.
You
Oh.
can see that though? I don't understand you, man.
It's very simple. I sense vibration in 360 degree sphere around me for 60 feet.
So, are all of you people like that? Like, if I put a bunch more of you, like if I made like a goo man group,
What do you mean, people?
you goos?
There's only me.
I mean, there's other celibates in the universe.
No, there's only me.
Yeah, there are other celibates in the universe, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm like, no, you're pretty common.
There are more.
No.
There are more of you, yeah.
I've met some.
No.
Always a snot people, yeah.
It was just like,
It's true.
better be
I would show you a recording of me meeting one, but unfortunately you cannot see holograms. Well, wouldn't
You
you have?
should get his eyes checked out.
He
okay.
doesn't have eyes.
Oh, that's a problem in there. I just assumed. I assumed he had eyes. Okay, sorry.
Well, you have...
We should get your
You
eyes
have a
checked,
rope.
Umpo.
But
I
one of your eyes is a different eye.
he pops it out of the socket, breathes on it, wipes it against his shirt, pops it back in. I do. Thanks for pointing out one of my largest insecurities about life. Really appreciate it. So
Can I not see?
he turns his back to you, Slunda, looking at Elon. All right, so you guys have talked about wanting to go talk to Mr. Biggs, but you've already upset Mr. Biggs, but you want to now bring him a cake. So that's really confusing. You want to go to the Grudge Pit? Looks like you got some scrap. Awesome. I had mentioned the Hanging Gardens. Personal favorite of mine. I go out there to hang out every once in a while, see how I can push the limits before I turn into one of these plant things. Where else did you guys want to go? Oh, there was the tattoo parlor. He looks back over towards you, Slunda, and just glares at you for half a second. Maybe we won't go there. There's a music place if you want to go listen to some music. There's...
Well, it would facilitate our travel here if we were not hounded by, well, the hounds. So if we were to appease Mr. Biggs, then we could continue our tour in more or less more peaceful atmosphere.
If you don't mind me asking, what is the thing that you did to upset Mr. Viggs? That might help me know if it is possible to appease him.
We don't know. We've never met Mr. Biggs.
I am hearing some very contradicting stories right now.
Well, see, we have
Yes.
met Mr. Biggs, but in the future, we will meet Mr. Biggs, and apparently, he was my student, but apparently the other guy didn't like him, and the blue man over here, Snotboy, ate his cake. So we're gonna, he wants to give him a cake to make up for it. But honestly, the way it felt when he poisoned me earlier, did not feel like, just that. It felt like a lot more venomous, toxic, and vindictive. So, yeah.
You now see Umpo on the ground, curled up into a ball, rocking back and forth. One hand is on an ear, I don't understand what's going on. Future stuff. There's no future. There's no past. There's only
Maybe
what's
we
going
should
on now.
have a conversation without Umpo listening. And
You hear that
then
voice.
tell him what we decide.
You see the shirt moving around his shoulder. I could make him not listen anymore. I would be the face. If you would like
that's
that.
not what I meant. I meant
Umpo
you could
just
walk
starts-
away.
Start slapping the shoulder. Shut up, you! Shut up! Okay. Umpo will go, and Umpo will go, and Umpo will go. I'll go.
Quick
I'll
question.
go or will Umpo go? Xana's a Quaternarium. Yes, that sounds like a good place. Meet me there if you want to find me again. As he
Just meant
starts.
like 30 feet away.
It's okay. It's just right over. It's right over here. I like the sound of accordions, anyways. She's a pretty good player. I'll go.
Oh, wait.
A Quaternarium. Yes.
She is a good accordion player, is what I heard.
I think she might have drugs in that accordion.
Okay.
Um,
What? Go and do your thing, Emily.
Okay. I was just gonna ask real quick if the face was from what we can see does it seem like a different kind of face than Umpo has? Or does it seem like a similar sort of face?
You haven't you've seen it briefly. Most of the time it's trying to slide out underneath some clothing, but you can just sort of see the outline of it underneath the clothing. Basic face shape. So the first time that you did see it, it was like this black clay that had been started. It's starting to be molded into a face shape. There's no real fine details. It's just kind of there.
Okay, cool.
Alright. My thing is... Oh. Yeah, you go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say, DM, I'm gonna write on the cake to Squawk, aka Mr. Big from Blue.
Okay.
Part of the reason for that is that if I forget the cake somewhere, it cannot be stolen by anyone it's not intended for.
Bloop, how do you write on this? This is what I want to know.
I would probably no, I'd probably take a finger and push in to make it lettering. You know what I mean?
You're just carving it like a 2-year-old? I thought you were gonna inhale part of it into your body, frosting wise, like the corner edges of frosting, and then
Frost
I
it.
don't know, make a little frosting tube sack in your body and then squirt it out.
You just-
The frost.
Awesome.
Bloop. Okay, I'll get to just a second, Drake. Sorry, Bloop. I need you to do a What would this be? What would this be? No, this would be a professions check by you, Bloop. I want to see if you accidentally dissolve some of this cake.
You do guys have +7 to my profession.
I understand this. That is fine.
The higher he gets, though, is actually the more.
Ah!
The more.
Drake, your natural 20 has been. It's been great. Alright. You do not dissolve any of the cake itself. You are able to put in the writing to Squawk from Bloop. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Imagine how
And the
awkward
cake
it would be to
without actually
actively
eating the
eat
cake,
college
because that might have been a little awkward, given the sense of how the last cake was presented to him.
Give it to Mr. Bacon. He's going,
All right, Jake, what were you?
Alright, Cool and I need to go do the kids.
Oh, okay, sounds
We need
good.
to go feed them real quick. It won't take long.
You're good. I will go switch
Yeah.
out some laundry, so like 5-minute break, everyone. Or
Yeah.
5-10 minute break. We'll get back and get back.
Yeah.
So, coolio.
So, since we're taking a break from the babies, I just want everyone to know that since I might be moving to Pennsylvania, my wife and I were looking at houses, and one of our options that we decided we like is an old church. Yeah, it's a Lutheran church from the 1800s.
Nice.
And if you notice in the background of this picture, what is right next to us? A graveyard.
And for you know your history.
I do, but also look at that mark. It has a parking lot.
That's true. And for when you get old.
So it's been rezoned as residential. So I would have to do a lot of renovation. But like, look at that. Those look like the original houses.
You can sell those for
That's what I would want to do. I'd want to sell them. Like then maybe just like turn this into its own room. Or like it's got a library. It's got a separate section. The kitchen has 10 burners on an antique stove. So look at these. Look at these original steam burners. Yeah. And also, yeah, Kimmy and I were also talking about how fun it'd be to have a cemetery in a house. Like,
I've returned.
You've returned, BM.
This is right.
Yes, I have returned.
Nice.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Yes, I will. Yes, Emily.
Huh?
What you put? The question
Oh.
that you have posed. Yes.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I forgot that I put that there, but yes.
Sorry, I just saw it because
Yes.
my thing was scrolled, so I didn't
You're
see.
totally good, yeah.
Also, I see this one, which is only $8.93. And it's a 4-bed, 2.5.
Only 93.
Yeah.
Is there something structurally?
Doesn't look like it.
Well, you wouldn't be able to take it and inspect it.
Yes, but also, you guys are realizing where this place is at. This is an old house.
Yeah.
You see that? That's the heater. One of those are like 40. And it's not like super huge. Look, it's very cozy. Yeah. Jeez. Hey, Kimmy, I'm looking at more homes.
Show you that one a while back.
I know.
It's on the market.
I know, but it's 90 grand.
Oh, it's a good price. Did you see the backyard?
I did.
There was a fire pit.
I did, yes. We can dig a better one. 1,700 square feet. Yeah, but look at the size of the church in comparison. 6,500 square feet.
Here is the church. Here is the steeple. Open the doors.
See that one too? It would need a lot of renovations too, but
4 beds, 1 bath, 2,400 square feet. That's a lot. But it's also, this house was built when? 1869. Yeah. It was-
Oh, that's haunted. You stay away from that.
I want it though!
That's haunted. You know it.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah.
Very nice, actually.
You and your history, you know that's haunted.
Yeah,
Don't even.
Still, I know how to do exorcisms.
But for an
Oh my
entire
gosh,
video,
yeah, this would need a lot. You want to know what that mark is from? It's from a carpet. They would do a rug on that, and you'd have metal bars and across. Yeah, no, this would need a lot of renovations. Like you can see all the spackle stains on the wall and stuff.
But it's a good price.
Yeah, we'd have to. Oh, look at that original railing. Yeah, we'd have to keep that stuff up. The floors have to be sanded. We'd have to do a lot of work on it before we restore it. Look at that ugly ass purple color. Why does every room in this house look like it's decorated for a different holiday? Like that feels like the fourth one I saw.
Sounds like my Animal Crossing island.
Yes.
I was gonna say an old lady probably still lives here. That's an ugly ass boat. It looks like pork wine. Ooh, look at those candelabra things on the one. Look at that ugly ass blanket on that couch. Gee, why do you have zebra print on one and then leopard on the other? There's leopard on the same.
What are we looking at?
This house. We're looking at real estate in Pennsylvania where we might end up moving for a job. But like in the pictures, it's just this place is the tackiest place I've ever seen. And I've
Okay.
been
Wait.
for 25 years.
You're
Not only-
planning on putting more state lines between us
I mean,
and time zones?
Time zones.
but careers.
That's fair.
That's fair.
I was gonna say.
But yeah, that is the mood
I'm
though.
gonna be real honest. The listing I've looked at that I've enjoyed the most has been this one, which is a church. It's just been rezoned for residential.
A church.
You know how it's my dream to buy an old church or old factory or something.
I mean, that would be amazing. Coolest places. I had a friend in college who lived in an old church, and it was the coolest thing.
It would be super
Okay.
cool. There's an old church around here that's for sale, but I didn't want to move that far. I guess not that far. I didn't want to move.
I'm just looking at those crenellations on there. It's like, oh yeah.
Then there's the other part of me that goes, but you know what would be bad?
The insulation and
I
housekeeping
was
for
gonna
that.
say, also finding out that I can't do the renovations I want because it's considered a landmark or whatever.
Unclean spirits, demons,
Or-
devils are possessing the place.
Those will show up
How do
wherever
we
I
fires?
I'll have to clean up no matter what.
Pennsylvania, 1820s. Man, those things are so rooted in there. Have fun.
You know I can do it. It's fun.
Oh. Anyway.
2016.
Wow, why is this other one so low priced? That is
Because it's
scary.
haunted.
No, it's because of the area. Like,
I was gonna say,
it's very rural.
we live in a really bad area for housing prices. Us, the houses around here are all expensive.
I was gonna say, in Utah, you pay like $1 million for a 2-bedroom house, and people are like, "That's great, because we're from California."
True.
My parents just sold their house for I can't remember the right number, but it wasn't million, but it was 3-digit thousand, like I
so
forget.
in the 100,000s.
Yeah.
Well,
I can't remember if it was like
800,000.
oh.
Knowing what our house could be up there.
A lot of these places where I'm like looking at on here, I'm clicking on because they look interesting, and then I see how ancient. Yeah, this house is haunted. You want to know how I know? There's just a walker in the attic.
Yep.
That's a creepy sign.
See, your church is still the best bet, man.
I like
Speak-
the church.
wait,
I've seen it.
You're literally next to a graveyard. Oh, no, wait, it's a cemetery, right? No, wait.
It's
in a churchyard, it's a graveyard.
But it's now a cemetery because it's not on the same plot, or it's not on the same section as the church, because the church is no longer a church, it's been zoned for residential housing. So
True.
it's a graveyard that became a cemetery.
So are you saying that if
It's an ungraveyarded cemetery.
That just sounds like a whole bunch of nope. But you know what else sounds like a whole bunch of nope?
What?
The fact that everybody's back and we haven't started yet.
Oh, I
Yes.
Sorry. I try and think of creative segues. Doesn't always work. That's fine.
Hey, it's good.
So is everybody good? We good to go?
Yep.
confirmation from Team Idaho?
We are good.
Awesome. All right, so Umpo is tucked away. You guys are there to discuss.
Now we can discuss without giving him like a paradox migraine. Okay. So,
What's up? What are we doing? I'll shoot whoever or not shoot whoever. I just need to know the plan. It seems like we are stuck
think-
together for a long time.
that is true. You should probably not start with shooting anybody first. I think.
I already shot myself.
Right.
I'm just gonna look at his foot.
There's a
That's-
nice hole there.
Be funny, but I do think that even if we don't do it right away, at some point while we're here, probably while that cake is still good, would be good. We should approach Mr. Biggs and try to mend bridge or whatever.
Yeah,
It'll be helpful to not be hunted, like Ewan was saying.
Of Venom building up, and he's just like, you think Kate will fix this? And,
I mean, I don't think the cake should be the only thing. I think we should also, like, talk to him. I think that could go a long way. I mean, I don't...
I sketch a picture of him in my notebook, or of the little version that we saw in the memory.
While I understand that, talking to people is not my specialty. So, I'll go along with you. But we better
Well-
hurry before this cake gets eaten by the blue one on accident.
It's true. But, well, based off of the memories that I was able to retrieve, probably would be best if a lot of the talking came from Ewan, since he was the one who most vocally said we should leave him behind.
I was not the one who said that.
In the memories, you were. And even if you haven't done it yet, or in this reality, that's still, you know, you still look like the other version of yourself. So probably go a long way if you express, you know, sorry that happened, shouldn't have left you behind, something like that.
I know you were sorry.
Why should
Right.
I apologize for something that I didn't do?
But you did do it, just not yet.
Because
And you don't have to think of it as not
So
saying
I
that
should go around apologizing for every possible thing I might do. That is what you're saying.
No, just the things that you know
No.
that you did.
Yeah. Have video evidence of it, for one thing. And besides, Ewan,
He is not me.
I know.
Obviously,
Whoever that-
Obviously, you have never dated a woman. Or you would know that you need to apologize even if you didn't think that you did something wrong.
That is stupid.
it's not about whether you were the one who did it. It's about the fact that he was hurt by something, and you're the one who could most successfully mend that, probably.
also the cake was
Cake will be great, I think. I think also, like, you know, we should tell him, be like, you know, we weren't it wasn't us, we're a different version of those people, but we have watched those recordings, so we know kind of what happened. We can, empathize and imagine how he might feel about us having decided to leave him behind because we decided he wasn't as good as the rest of us. Seems like very hurtful.
While
Isn't
he
it?
was left behind by that group,
Huh?
I do not agree that apologizing for something that I haven't done, and also that it makes no sense to me to apologize. We could certainly explain
You don't have to apologize in taking responsibility. You need to apologize in expressing empathy.
Plus, he did
That
I'm
makes more
sorry
sense.
that happened. Have you never, like, someone's mom died and you were like, I'm so sorry that happened? That doesn't mean you killed their mom. It means you're sorry that they're sad.
No, I haven't said anything like that.
Well, now's your time to practice.
Hmm.
Right.
Is there shit to clear up that we didn't do?
He still feels that hurt. Like, I imagine this had happened to me. A younger version of the person who abandoned me came, younger than they were when they abandoned me. I would still be hurt, and it would still help me if the younger version could see that and say, oh, shouldn't have happened. I'm sorry. Doesn't mean that you are taking the blame. Just trying to help fix it.
DM, while we're having this discussion, I would just like to turn back towards the market and keep my eye out for the hounds that have apparently been sent for us. Just
Okay. Roll a perception check for me.
cool.
And Slunda is drawing a picture of like all of us together, holding happy and holding hands.
Roll a professions check for me. I love it. Aw.
Sides. It seems like... So, in the future memories that you, Slunda, and Arved saw...
It isn't me.
We're all...
Do not conflate the future or alternate or whoever that is with the us now.
Okay...
Because it isn't the us now, it's the us then, I say as I'm staring in the crowd with my 17.
Looking down
Human eyes.
back into the marketplace, you don't see anything abnormal. The clouds and the rain over it have parted. There's sort of like dark clouds in the glassway proper, but it isn't raining. There's no sign of any dogs. I mean, besides like Sloop, who's just wagging his tail, waiting to see what to do with the party.
Little Sloop.
Sloop's in my picture too, just at the bottom.
But as you kind of turn around back to the party, further into the glassway itself, you see that same large mech that you had seen when you came out of Umpo's bar. Arved, you've been actively against the Empire for quite some time, right? Or not like against them, but just not
I was gonna say,
pro to...
I am in the Empire, but not of the Empire.
Okay, roll a culture check,
Aw, shit.
and roll at a +5 circumstance bonus.
Okay, cool. The 29.
You see this large mech, 2 legs. One of them seems to be rather larger than the other. It's a good ways off, but you can still make out some detail from the size of it. It's probably 25-30 feet tall. How's that? Like claw with a chainsaw, like hand claw with chainsaw, like going against the forearm, and then that large gun for its other arm. Its head moving back and forth with a red lens that is scanning the area. The one leg, like looking down, kind of at the angle of seeing its feet, it definitely looks like this something that would leave a pretty big impression in the ground, similar to what you had seen when you came out of Chronicler's area, or the cottage, our house.
Our house.
Our house.
And
Da-da-da-da-da.
as you're paying attention to it, seeing, oh, it's a much bigger imprint than that, much bigger. You would know that the Empire has similar machines. Actually, this is what they like to use. This is kind of an older, outdated model, but they call them war dogs.
Guys, I'm gonna be.
Oh, they're not.
The war dog, at least one of them, is right over there, right over yonder, searching for us, and he spoken, but there's one of him so far, and all of us. So, chop chop. I need a decision now before I have to start firing, and the decision is made.
If it doesn't seem like it sounds you, don't worry about that. So it doesn't seem like you're in immediate danger, but...
I know. This
Okay.
is just how Arvid's gonna phrase it, because he's like, I don't like sticky situations. I'd rather shoot first and run away.
Gotcha. Well, before you say that though, Slinda, you are making a very... It's a really detailed and beautiful picture. You're getting... In a short period of time, you've captured the essence of what everybody looks like. And it's like, it's coming along. It's not done, because you just started it, but like... It's looking good. Having additional arms definitely helps you sketch quicker. So...
I do agree, though, that we should head to Mr. Biggs and try and mend any fences, bridges. Don't know what the right metaphor is.
Did they? Was there a bridge here?
Metaphorical emotional bridge.
Oh, metaphor. Metaphor?
Figurative?
The figures?
It's not real. It's imaginary.
I'm gonna say the
They
same.
pretended there was a bridge?
I'm gonna say the same metaphor word in Kasathan.
That's a good point. I speak that language too. I could have just done that. Right.
The question though is how isolated the equivalent is if it's translates.
I'd say
Translate.
you'd be able to find the Kasathan equivalent.
Yeah.
Kasathan equivalent and synonyms.
Yes. That.
Oh.
Insight. I'm gonna insight check. Does she actually understand that?
That is a good question.
She's totally like,
Sense.
So.
Motive.
I'm assuming the party is like walking, not just.
Yeah. We're gonna start walking towards. I'm not sure if we want to collect Umpo before we go to Mr. Biggs or what.
We're stopping by the Accordinarian. We're just going straight for Mr. Biggs.
I do feel like Mr. Biggs would like a potentially break from us, and or would also prefer not to get. Yeah, Umpo would prefer a break from us, and or he would like to not get mixed up in whatever we're mixed up in.
That's fair.
Alright, Slunda does not.
He's like, I still don't know what that is. Even in Kasathan.
So, as you guys begin walking through the glassway, cobblestone roads fade into sleek pavement and back into cobblestone roads, back and forth. Scenery still the same of these ever-changing old village houses to more modern architecture. Walking by, you see this large glass window. You walk by Xana's Accordinarium. It looks really smoky in there. You see Umpo sitting at a table that is by the window. He hasn't like even noticed that you guys are there. You see this large bong sitting on it in the shape of an accordion, and you can hear faint accordion music playing.
I knew it.
In the background. It's definitely a coffee shop, so.
A coffee shop?
Oh.
Like a Dutch coffee shop?
Yes, Dutch coffee shop, yeah.
Cool. Can we go play Scrabble and smoke joints?
you can if you wanted to.
I mean, we can. I mean, I'm not going to smoke anything, but...
Oh, neither am I. That was a joke. I'm sorry. So, are we gonna... I just need to know, which gun do I use? This one, and I go to the rifle and go, this one does stunning, non-lethal stuff, this one explodes, and then this one just go boom boom shoot shoot. And I put it back.
I think non-lethal. Non-lethal would probably be best.
It's gonna be like this thing, and he's putting it at you, not realizing the rule of gun safety.
No, I slap it down.
Don't do that.
What?
I'm gonna take Bloop to the side and start explaining trigger discipline.
Oh boy.
Explaining what?
Safety.
Trigger discipline.
Gun
It's
Oh, gotcha.
the rules of guns.
Gotcha.
So, you begin heading in what direction you faintly remember seeing that like dark, spooky castle. Are you guys just heading there? Or are you trying to head there sneakily, knowing that this war dog is walking around various streets looking?
I mean, I guess we should probably be sneaky.
Okay. I'll have you guys roll a group stealth check. Or
Stealth.
whatever they call it.
Be unfortunate if we got shot before we got to get there. Here. Alright, everybody, here's a +1 from me. Alright.
Yeah.
Not!
It's a
Like,
stealth +1.
at stealthy. I'm average right now, apparently.
Alright. As a group you pass, Blue is a little less stealthy, like carrying the cake with them.
Just make sure it doesn't tip and all that.
And like with the ring gone, and it's quiet. It's gotten quiet. I'll change the music. It's just like this.
Can like cake box, or is it just like flat out a cake?
It's on a tray. It's just a cake though. There. You can now hear these with every footstep that Bloop takes, even though he's in his suit. There's just this little blue residue that seeps out and is there on the ground, but then it quickly catches back up to him and it gets absorbed back into the suit. But you just hear that with every step. That's there. The getting closer, or you begin walking down this, probably it's one of the main roads. In the Glassway. The further you walk down this road, the less prominent that those modern sci-fi buildings are. It's much older architecture now. Most of them seem pretty... The buildings are pretty beaten up, broken down, windows shattered and boarded, several sheets of paper nailed to the front wall, signify like foreclosed or condemned. Off in the alleyways you can see rats scurrying about. It seems to be a pretty unkept section of the Glassway. Turns, the further you go in, turns into this almost Gothic architecture. Alright, let's get this skip. Oh my Gershling bot.
Sorry.
No, it's my fault, because it... Alright, there we go. This low, rolling fog begins pouring from the alleyways to the main street. The sound of a crow or raven nesting in one of the windowsills cause as you walk by. Bright red eyes just staring at you. One of the few things that you can kind of see at a distance penetrating through this fog as you're just walking up this wet cobblestone street that is winding its way up this hillside, leading you further and further into Mr. Big's territory. Buildings switch from this old wooden village type to more stonework buildings. Sides of the buildings look like they're what could be parts of old cathedrals. You can see these raven-like gargoyles standing atop these buildings, and their eyes, as you walk by, just turn red and look down at you.
I start sketching one of them.
Okay.
Separate from my drawing.
It is. There's like this constant. How do I word it? Like a haze of water. It's not like it's active raindrops. There's just enough moisture in the air. Yeah, it's
humidity.
Yeah, it's like high humidity, but
just kind of damp.
Very damp. Mm-hmm. And you guys are noticing you're getting rather wet in a short amount of time. Clothes are getting soaked. The temperature is dropping. For those of you that breathe, you can see your breath. It isn't freezing, but you can see it.
I'm just like gonna hold up one of my little sample things and collect this a water sample from this air.
Okay. Able to do so.
Yes.
As you continue winding up the path, a fog that's getting thicker and thicker as you go. You can only see about 15 feet in front of you now. The only thing that you do see, though, is the top of what you assume is where the buildings are. These red lights, which just seem like they're staring down at you. Let's see, is there?
I do have infrared for 60 feet.
Not seeing any.
There's like someone trying to sneak up on us.
Nope. It is just cold. You can see just the blues. The other things, anything giving off heat, are your party members in Sloop. It almost sounds like Sloop is whimpering.
I will pick up Sloop.
Maybe we should have left him at the house.
You feel him jiggling. Like he's shaking, but like it's like jello.
Mm-hmm. I've put away my sketchbook in my pocket, and I'm just like using all 4 arms to hold.
Oh, okay. After traveling probably another quarter of a mile through this section of the Glassway, you start to notice as the statues up above that the fog around them clears. You can see the heads of ravens with glowing eyes staring at you, and as you walk past them, the heads begin shifting and follow you and just watches you as you continue moving up.
It is possible Mr. Big knows we're coming.
I'm just going to point at the cake and keep walking.
Yeah. You're not coming to attack anyone.
Eventually you find yourself, the fog gets thicker and thicker. Now, visibility of about up to 5 feet in front of you. There's
But I can see it.
You can! And that's why you don't just run into it, as you and the Flamel's infrared. Notice as you come up to this large, dark iron gate. On the side of there's these 2 stone columns that seem to be one of the what do they call them? Like anchor points for this gate. 2 large raven statues with their wings spread out, feathers coming to sharp points, and these ravens have arms with large claws that are just they're hunched over, focusing down at the center of this gate, looking like it's about to pounce at whatever is right there. On the side of this stone pillar, you see a little video voice box with a bell.
I will go, and after making sure everyone's like gathered up and stuff, I will ring the doorbell.
You hear a cacophony of crows beginning to screech on top of each other, and it gets louder and louder and louder before it dies down. A small little red button goes with each cawing of the crows. Lovely ringtone that Mr. Big has here. A voice comes over the intercom. Who is it?
Party to see Mr. Biggs.
Mr. Biggs does not have any appointments scheduled for this day.
This is unscheduled.
What'd you say, Bloop? What did you say?
I said, what about burial reds?
I understood that reference.
Mr. Biggs does not like unscheduled appointments. Have you brought an offering to see Mr. Biggs?
Quite literally, yes.
We have.
Yes.
Please bring it before the camera so me check it.
I'm going to gesture.
Okay, you gesture over.
We're all
Gesture as he
pointing
brings it up.
in front of the camera.
Those on Not Cake Squad notice as the two large statues shift and are now focused on Bloop as he's bringing this cake up to the camera. Moment, please. What you can see as the camera light turns off. Several moments pass by.
This works.
You hear the loud sound of the gate retracting into the stone wall.
I will wait until it is fully retracted.
Okay. Makes a loud crashing, almost like a loud crashing sound as it finishes moving into the wall. Enter.
And I will do so.
You begin walking through this courtyard. The fog lets up, and it's still there in the air, and it gives this odd, unsettling vibe into the entirety of the area. But there's various statues in strange poses. See people that have their hands held up to their eyes, kind of look like they're scared. You see some people see like a Kasathan that is in the process of running, just frozen. You see several insectoid-like humans or humanoids. Appears like they're in battle poses, but they have no weapons on them. On the ground itself, there are several skeletons that are laid up against these statues, with large vines and vegetation starting to grow throughout them. You make it to walking up to it now, this is a very large, dark castle. Lightning begins striking in the air, illuminating various bits of it. It has that old European castle vibe to it, with the stonework goes from these harsh blacks and grays to various marbles and white granites that are just intermingled. Dead ivory making its way up the walls. And these lining the ridges of it. Those similar to what you had seen at the gates. Those large raven-like statues, each with red eyes. Their heads seeming to shift, making no noise, but shift as your party just walks closer and closer. Reaching the front door, this heavy wooden doors with a symbol that let's see, Arvad, I need you to make a will save.
A will?
What?
Don't worry, it's not yellow.
Yeah, that was my first. That was like my first and second thought.
Are you gonna scar us to other colors now? It's not the yellow sign, it's like the red sign now.
Okay. Similar to when you had first seen Rosendor, over your left eye you start to get this. It's not a total migraine, full-blown migraine, but that pressure buildup behind the left eye is starting to occur as you look at the sign. This symbol that's laid into the door, but you see these large claw marks scraped along the front of it, breaking it up and making it unrecognizable.
PM,
Would be the best way. Yes, Blue.
what's the likelihood that we all just die now because of a dumb decision of mine?
I'm not going to kill your characters off in the TPK.
Oh, yeah.
All our characters.
Not yet.
Uh,
Only some of them.
Session 4, I will not do that.
How? What do I recognize from it? Am I getting any more other than that I recognize it, or is it like what?
Just that you recognize it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is this symbol yellow? Is it?
No. Nope.
Okay.
And I'll say this now. Sorry if it breaks any tension or whatever. When you guys decide on a group name and decide on a group symbol, this symbol is going to be what you decide on. So,
I got
Cool.
it.
it's not a past one. It's one that you will choose.
Ooh.
There are some things of fate that cannot be escaped, or some things of time.
All right.
Well, we come up to this big door with a weird
Right.
symbol on it.
Is it open?
It
Or
is.
is there another?
It forms on nothing.
As you're like, there's a small stairway that like leads up to it, and as you're walking on the, when I say small, I mean like it isn't a large incline, but they are wide stairs. It goes probably 25 feet across. You're walking these stone stairs. As you're in the process of walking on it, the doors creak open. This cold gush of air comes out of the castle, and you see this old robot. Similar vibe to like Chronicler Old. It looks like a bear skeleton or a metallic skeleton. Various bronzes and coppers from all of its various pieces. It has a similar butler tuxedo that it's wearing. The face, one of the eyes is missing, and you can see some wires poking out from it.
Is this where he got his robot? Where...
Is this robot?
Oh, he's missing a robot eye, and Umpo has a robot eye.
Umpo. Just
Lucinda,
there.
looking at the eye, it does look like Umpo's eye.
Gosh.
Should we rob Umpo, or should we steal back this guy's eye from Umpo?
Not right now. Maybe later.
This robot
Wanna-
steps to the side, motioning for all of you to enter.
Blue man.
Tall is this
And-
bear?
I follow behind Blue.
He's probably 6 feet tall.
The robot. Gotcha.
Yeah. You all enter in to this large greeting area, a grand staircase leading up to a second level. Everything is painted black. There's one chandelier hanging in the center of the room that's emanating a decent amount of light, but it keeps that dark undertone there. You see large claw marks in the walls and on the floors. They look similar to the claw marks that you had seen in your containment chamber back in our house. Flamel. Broken statues that are just practically dust at this point, just rubble piled up against the sides of the walls. There's a kind of a faint looking, or a piece of rubble that's of a face that could resemble Ewan. That's there, kind of like the upper right portion of his face, just like the way that his nose and his eye look. It could, but like not necessarily sure. After all of you enter in, the door slams shut as this robot, or it's the only thing besides your guys' breaths that you can hear just walking across the creaky floorboards. May I take the gift to present it to the master?
May I present it?
Okay.
I was gonna say.
Roll a
I'd love to
persuasion
present
check
it
for
in
me.
I was gonna
person.
say, as the gift
Or diplomacy.
As the gift bringers, I feel like we should be the one bringing it. Can I give him advantage? My help.
You can you get a +5 situation bonus.
That's our new name, the Gift Bringers.
Did you have your class 5 on it? So.
Yeah, no, that is.
Oh, okay.
I have a +3.
I just thought you were really charismatic. I guess I don't know.
I'm actually.
While we're doing this, I also just kind of want to like peek around the bear and see if I can see a logo or mark on him anywhere, especially the back of his neck.
We're not the gift bringers.
Peek around the what?
Peeking around
Sorry, you
this
cut-
bear robot.
Oh, it's not a bear, it's a robot. It's just like a
I thought he was
butler.
shaped like a bear.
No, a butler.
Oh,
He's a bear.
thought
Sorry.
he was a robot bear. Butler.
But he is a robot?
Yeah, he's a
He's
robot.
a robot. He's a 6 foot tall robot.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, I just want to see if he has any markings or logos or symbols that I
Roll-
might recognize.
Roll a perception check. Or yeah, I keep forgetting investigation is marked in there.
Is it? Are we sure it's a bear, not a bugbear?
It's not a bear. It's just a human.
Not a bear at all, apparently.
Sorry,
Oh.
Yeah, where'd the bear thing come from?
I don't
I
know.
thought it was shaped like a bear. I thought he said a robot that looks like a bear. And then also-
bears mentioned.
I do not remember mentioning this, but like, if I did, I'm sorry.
You did, or you said something that sounded like bear.
I might have said something
Like
that sounded
bears.
like it, but it wasn't
Yeah,
a bear.
like bear
My
skeleton.
initial thought was that it
Like a
was
bear
the-
skeleton.
You said it's bear-like.
Oh, it's bear. It's a bear skeleton. Like, it's bear.
Oh,
Naked
B-A-R.
It's- yeah.
naked. It's a naked robot. Gotcha.
Yes.
Except
So-
wearing a vest. Okay.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
I was.
Oh, I
That-
thought it was a bear skeleton, like a bear.
You know, that guy,
Sorry.
I was
Same.
thinking that it was his skeleton.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Remember,
Which perception is
remember
22?
a new young man?
Sorry. That's my bad. Poor choice of words.
Yes.
At least we figured out what was going on.
Yeah.
We also this is a bear.
I'm just like, where is the bear? There's no bear.
I heard a bear. Anyway, 22
He-
Trying
perception.
to trick us. It's a bear.
As he's. You can see, like, it looks like he's processing things for a moment. That is accepted. I must just make sure that no explosive device is in it as he walks over towards you. Bloop. Pulls out from his vest this, like, one of those metal detecting wands, and just straight sends it over the cake. Very good. He begins turning around and follow. And instead of walking up the double staircase, there's a large door on the ground floor, with that same symbol that was on the front doors of the castle, with two large, like, it looks like a left scratch and then right scratch right on top of it. But it's even more so messed up than the first one. Turning around, you see on the back of the head, Plumel, you see a excuse me, a symbol that looks very similar to the one that you have, if not identical.
Okay.
He walks up to this large door, waves his hand over a scanning terminal as the doors open up, leading into probably a 45-foot long hallway with various, or what would be nice artifacts if they were not completely destroyed. Pieces of armor that have had claw marks slashed through them. Tapestries that are ripped and torn. It's like the West Wing from Beauty and the Beast, but everywhere.
Alright, who's kissing the beast and fixing it?
Only true love's kiss. Bloop's got it, don't worry.
I don't know if it would work if I do it. All of my emotions are artificial.
I know, we just go up to him and we go, Kayla Verda, Kayla Verda. When we smash the cake in his face.
So,
I think we should try talking to him first.
as you're walking by, as a lover of art, you can't help but look at these tapestries and paintings that are there. One of them that it's mostly intact, but not really, is a large. It looks very similar to the picture that you were just in the process of sketching, but like an oil painted version of it.
Oh, are we recognizable in it?
Yeah, from like what you can tell, there's large claw marks that are.
Right. I remove one of my arms from Sloop and I reach in for my sketchbook and kind of do kind of like use the half of one hand to help open it and like look up at it, try to compare.
Positions of the party members are in the same place. On this one, on the painting, however, Sloop has a shell.
Sloop?
It's the only difference. Sloop doesn't seem to be damaged or altered in any way, but the rest of the party has cuts and burns to the tapestry.
Like the image, like this, like there aren't any scratches through Sloop. Like
right.
there doesn't appear to be any animosity towards Sloop, just
Correct.
towards everyone else.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's good at least. At least I'm not mad at the pet. So Sloop didn't leave. Sloop was here the whole time, so.
Right, you don't see a bloop, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to point it out, though. I'm like, guys, it's what I was
us.
drawing.
Gosh, how did you do that?
Sloop.
Oh, Sloop's in there?
Sloop is there.
How
Sloop
big
is okay.
There's a shell.
I turn and ask Sloop DM in Celibate, did you used to have a shell?
In Celibate, all you hear back is help, 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 help.
I turn to the party and says, you just keep saying help.
Wait, ask him how we can help him.
I did earlier, actually. I'm gonna ask again.
It didn't work.
Yeah, how can we help you?
As you're asking this, the robot has turned around, is now looking down at the party. Is everything okay? The master does not like to be kept waiting.
Right. We can talk to Sloop later.
I thought we were heading there with the cake still.
Oh, you are, but like you guys are
We
walking
just
down
paused for a
this.
second because I was pointing out the picture that matched.
Sorry. We just got distracted by this beautiful architecture.
He doesn't respond, just turns around. When addressing His Highness, please do so with the utmost respect. There is a tendency for violence. If the Master sees fit to keep you all alive, please give him your gratitude for sparing your lives. He's now reaching for the door handle. If he chooses to end your lives, consider it a great honor to have died by the hands of the Master. The door opens inward, and you now have entered into the throne room. Long, winding, curving staircases go on both sides of the room up to a second level. Almost like a balcony type situation made of stone with various bookshelves and that are just ruined and torn, folded over because you're looking up and see it. In this circular room, at the very center, it's just like the same thing as in the main foyer. There's this one chandelier giving off this like silvery white light that's illuminating everything, just swinging back and forth. And in this, on this throne, this old, rotting, decaying wooden stone throne, you see this massive Kenku. When I say massive, he's probably 15, 16 feet tall, morbidly obese, just hunched over in the back. You see this large bib over him that is just covered in food. There are food scraps all over around the throne and like in the room itself. Several decaying corpses in various stages. Nothing looks recent, but most of it, I mean, there's still some fleshy bits on a couple of them. You see this massive golden crown with beautiful gems inlaid that's off-center and tilted. Definitely too big for its head. That is, it's hanging over one of its eyes. And this large goblet. So you assume it has some sort of wine in it that he's just swirling around. Last of you enter in and the door shuts. This large belch comes from Mr. Big.
DM, can I perceive an age difference between this Mr. Big versus the Mr. Big I saw in the video memory eyeball recording thing from Flamel?
Having seen that, the last video you saw, you seemed to it was roughly the same size as you, Arvad. He was built lean but muscular. This guy is much bigger in all senses.
I'm wondering if he's in a Smithers suit.
What?
He just seems to be the crown, and there's just so much bulge and these dark feathers that you can't really see. Besides the contrast of this white stained bib, you can't really see much else in regards to clothing.
Oh no! I'm sorry. That was an Alex Rider reference.
Oh.
Is he? I'm slightly suspicious if he's wearing a fat suit.
Oh, I see.
It's a prosthetic, or
do you have discern motive?
yeah, sense motive.
Sense motive. That's what I mean. Sorry. There is nothing hinting at that it might be prosthetic suit. This seems natural, and with the amount of scraps and food left here on the ground, you can safely assume that he
worked hard to get this big.
I don't know if it was hard work, but large belch just echoes throughout the chamber. Yeah. Oh yeah. Except covered in black feathers and has a beak.
And maybe not as excitable.
No, but bigger. Much bigger.
Bigger.
Oh, I know who
Better.
this is. I know exactly who this is.
Bloop remembers.
No.
Oh,
Oh my. He's not blue. But and he doesn't have. Oh wow.
You ruined it for him, Mark. He's feeding on the similarity. What is Mr.
oh, we
Big's
really
weapon
are
of
gonna
choice?
die.
I feel defeated right now.
No,
It's okay.
Luke, you're gonna get us killed.
He isn't moving. Just taking the goblet, kind of looking at it. His eyes probably 45 or 25, 30 feet away, but you can just see his eyes are focused on this golden goblet that's in between his like 3 feather-like fingers.
I look at the rest of the group to see if anybody's gonna do anything.
Luke steps forward.
I'm pretty rolled. I'm not gonna shoot him, so we're good on
Great.
that.
I was hoping Bloop would start since he has the cake.
I'm gonna say,
Yes.
Bloop is our envoy, I guess.
I'm going to be right behind and to the side of Loop.
Okay.
I will be on his other side, right behind him.
Roll a perception check, Bloop, and Ewan. Bloop, you get a +5 bonus to this as you have your 360.
Plus 5. Ooh, ho! Ho, ho!
Wow.
You see things.
Ewan, you notice that he's, even though he doesn't seem like he's focused on you or he's ignoring you, you can tell like one eye. At first, it looks like it's lazy the closer you're getting, but you can tell it's just super hyper focused on all of you and the movements you're making. Boop, as you guys are moving forward, you can sense on the ground there are multiple traps laid all about. Lots of those like pressure plates or like pitfalls. You can sense a grating hidden underneath one of the tiles. Able to stop Ewan and yourself before heading into such a trap.
Okay. So as I go up, I'll stop right before one. But like, I don't know if I want to make it obvious. Nah, I'll not make it obvious.
Are you gonna let us know that we might walk on a trap, though?
You would have seen me stop Ewan from moving further and maybe gesture towards the floor.
Oh, okay, good. Because otherwise,
Okay.
I'm like, great. Am I just gonna die now? Is this what you're doing to us?
Thanks, Bloop.
Well, no, I was trying to see if it would be seen as mocking if I were to do that to him. So, but I don't want to be seen as mocking.
Wait, why do you think
Right.
we're gonna make him think we're mocking?
Ewan, you see a slight smirk on Mr. Big's face, and you all hear coming from Mr. Big, Flamel's voice. Oh, you're a smart one. Found it before you stepped on it.
Excuse me.
I sense vibrations.
I look towards Flamel, and then I'm like, look back at the source of the voice.
And then,
That's quite interesting.
Mr. Big, It's my understanding that at some point in time, we were here before, and I think we were also friends. I don't remember this, but it's also my understanding that I offended you, and that on your birthday, I ate your cake. So, I got this cake for you.
Just like how you actually devoured his cake or something.
That's the only thing he knows about any of the recordings, is that he ate
I
the
am the reason that this is bad.
You could hear the recordings. There was sound to those too.
I mean, but not that you have
To clarify.
for what was what, except for members of the own party.
Flip, you present the cake forward. Here, in what would be a deeper version of your own voice, Bleep? You just hear this. It sounds like he begins to choke for a second before he spits out this large femur that just that skirts across the ground. The voice switches over to Arvad's. A cake? You think that a cake is gonna fix what was done to me? Bring it forward.
Oh, what did he say?
Bring it forward.
I go around the traps and just...
How far away is Mr. Big from us?
30 feet.
I think I will assist you in bringing the cake by using my psychokinetic hand, which is basically Space Mage hand.
Yep.
And bringing it.
I pulled away, like, I want to bring
I
it.
have already pulled it out of your hand with an invisible
I
hand.
use my 10-foot pseudopod to grab it out of it.
It just Bloop just stretches after.
Stop trying to eat his cake, damn it!
It's not, no!
The voice switches over to Ewan's voice. Just like children, still doing petty things, not able to agree on anything.
I mean, we all did just meet.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
say still, like we've known each other long. I point to Arvad. I've known him for like a week now.
It's been more like 8 days, but yeah.
Is that what a week is here?
No, it's 7 days. So it's a little over a week.
My helmet was 8. My point still stands.
We don't know each other very well yet.
I point to them. I met them, I think, yesterday.
The
Arvad?
voice switches over to Slunda's voice. These words you say, they are meant to try and confuse me. Why? Why would you come here bringing me a cake and try to confuse me?
I'm just going to
I'm confused
gesture.
too.
I'm going to gesture towards Flamel.
As he gestures, I'm just gonna say, I am also confused. How do you have my voice?
He starts to shift slowly, like he's rocking himself out of this small throne.
Was it you calling me, and
It
not
was.
everyone?
Rocking himself more and more, and he watches. It looks like the chair is about to, or the throne is about to like pop off, or pop off of the ground and just fall back before he starts wobbling his arms. The goblet drops to the ground, trying to find his balance, and he is able to sit up. And you hear as he pops out of the seat.
Oh.
He's hunched over, he's like 17 feet tall. Slowly, with this wooden cane, is just walking towards the cake.
Oh, I would have tried to bring it to him, like, at his throne.
He's like trying to meet you as you're going, so like you still have to dodge these traps.
Oh, okay.
The voice switches back over to Ewan. You say that you are all confused. Why? Why are you confused? Why? What do you mean you haven't seen each other before?
Flamel has an explanation for this. And there's something to do with time and science and loops and things I do not understand.
Well, it's focused on the cake is getting closer. One eye, like a chameleon. Oh, just one second. Someone at the door.
Was there a thing directed at me?
Not yet. He's gonna look at me because Ewan has drawn attention to me now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay,
Or
I can
at
do this.
me, depending.
Right. Or at you. He wants trying to get his focus on me. See if it works.
I'm just realizing that I'm just snacking on these veggie straws, even though they're...
Those are for the babies.
Yeah.
But you started with it.
Especially with not eating them.
They have the right vinegar saltish taste.
You stay there for the kids, for the babies, and then you just like start eating them. What does this say about you, Drake?
Sorry about that. I'm back.
There's some points that I wouldn't mind being a baby.
Right.
A very few points.
Wait, Dean, I have another question. If
Yeah.
you was King DDD, does that make me Kirby?
No.
Not trying to get us killed.
That the eye, like a chameleon, shoots over towards you, Flamel. You hear your own voice speaking to you. Explain.
Well, it seems that in a place like this where time doesn't exist, things can get a little bit out of order. There was a version of us that came here a long time ago, and you knew that version of us. But that's not this version of us. We haven't been here before. But another version of us was here, and I also believe that version of us died. And What?
They did die from a weird memory.
right. That's a different version of us, and we're not going to have that same future. We don't have the same present, obviously, since this didn't happen to that version of us.
But
Anyway,
I
so
thought-
we're here now, and well, we look like them, and we're probably a lot like them, but we're a little different. But we did find some of the memories of you and them / us. That's why everyone here is a little confused. We're all trying to figure out what's going on, and there's a lot we don't know.
So, Mr. Drake, the last thing that happened before we came here is that and I point to Arva and myself, and also to Leon, we were tasked, or specifically contracted, to rescue them, and I point to Flamel and Slugga, from a dangerous fate. We did so, and we found a teleport. Putting in the coordinates to the teleport brought us here. But us saving them was the first time I have ever met them before.
You hear the slurt squawk as he begins pounding his like cane into the ground, and with it's with enough force that the room slightly shakes, and you watch as dust comes off the ceiling and that like second level 4 platform, and just begins falling. Lies, lies, lies! There was no portal. You couldn't get here if you didn't already be here. And you start banging it. You feel the cake wobbling. He hasn't taken as he's turned around. He's just walking around in circles, smacking it over and over. bends over and gets right up in your face. Bloop.
I'm still holding
As
the cake out.
one eye looks down at the cake. You hear that squawk as his large hand comes and just rips out a chunk of it. You don't even know my name, calling me Squawk as he shoves the cake in his mouth
That's because we never.
and begins chewing it.
Yeah, we haven't been able to figure out your name yet.
What is your name?
He just growls at you, Slunda. His voice reverts back to Ewan's. You walked up with the bloop. Why? Why not everyone come? Why did you walk up with him?
Wait, what? Say that, who walked up with me?
Ewan, as you were bringing the cake. Who was right behind you?
Oh.
I came to talk.
Did come to bargain?
Slowly begins walking back to the throne.
Did he take
That is
all the cake?
why I'm here.
No, it's just like a big handful has been ripped out of the center of it. The sides are still there, kind of grumbling. Like what?
Matilda style.
Yeah, definitely Matilda style. Yep. Sits back down in the chair. You can hear it creaking. It almost looks like it's gonna burst. Before he seems to get into a comfortable position. Still chewing the cake as crumbs are falling off into his bib.
Might I ask how long you have known us?
Yes, we're rather, in some ways, curious about the other selves that have been here.
He looks around, sees his goblet and tries leaning for it, but just the size of him, the obesity, he's able to reach it. He seems to be getting frustrated as he's trying to grab it, but isn't able to, and can hear just sort of these frustrating noises coming from him. All of you, closer. I need everybody to make a will saving throw.
Oh, I was gonna direct everyone where to go so they don't hit traps.
Okay, you can do that.
But
I'd say everybody make a will saving throw, though.
Closer.
I keep on putting save. That's not
Is
what.
this against a spell or a magical effect?
It is.
And is it against a mind-affecting effect, poison, sleep, or disease?
I would say mind affecting.
It's against disease.
Then I think I get a +4
Cool.
to this.
Hang on.
Like, I'm going forward intentionally. If I go forward intentionally, do I have to make the save?
You do. Like, even if you want to. It's just...
I just have a +2. Oh wait, but then my natural thing is +3. Okay.
Save. Oh. Wait. Gotcha. So I get a +4 plus a plus. If I'm doing that right.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Flamel, Bloop, and Arvad. You hear him say closer, and without even thinking, automatically you just start walking up to him.
Can I still direct people?
Yeah. Ewan and Slunda, you guys feel this pulling sensation, something trying to force you to move.
I'm still holding Sloop, by the way. Does Sloop have to?
Sloop does not
Does
seem to be
Sloop react?
affected.
Okay, cool.
He's just shaking violently. Or jiggling violently.
Chip, I'm like patting him. And I am interested in moving forward regardless.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Right, I'll move forward a bit as well. But I'm going to be ready to dodge. I'm trying to look for the appropriate, like, what does dodge do, but...
Like, in case there's an attack coming towards you?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. As you all get within 5 feet of him, just at the base, there's like a small little, what do they call them? Like dais that the throne is sitting on. You get within, just to the base of that. As you've been walking, Luke's been like talking, telling you guys where to avoid, but naturally, for some of you, your feet just move. You notice they're about to step on a trap, but it doesn't seem to go off, as they do, as you move forward. Right there. Better. I can see you all. His nostrils start to flare.
DM, those of us who were forced to move, do we realize we were forced?
Initially, no. But then once you've gotten there, probably would like.
Alright, I just want to ready an action then, that if he's
Okay.
hostile, I will have a spell ready to cast at him.
Okay. What spell?
It'll be Death's Door.
Okay. Sounds good. You hear Arvad's voice coming from Mr. Big. Talk! Okay, let's talk. What are we going to talk about? Talk about how you abandoned me that day, how after all of your training saying that you would be back, how you never came back.
Well,
Switches over quickly to Ewan's voice, saying how you never wanted me in the group, that I made too many mistakes, that I was a liability to all of you, when I proved myself time and time again. Switches over to Slinda's voice. Or should we talk about the time that you taught me how to use magic? Similar to what you could do, where that came into play and saved your lives. Yours in particular, Flamel, on one occasion. But then, no, we won't mention that. We won't talk about that, because that's in the past. For me, at least. We'll talk about what's happening now, how all of you conveniently have forgotten, just like everyone else here in the Glassway. I mean, granted, that was because of me that they all forgot about you. I didn't want anyone having to... I didn't want to hear your names going from store to store about how great you are. You aren't great. You left me.
Well, to be fair, that wasn't us, and it seemed from the slight tidbit that we did see that we left you so you wouldn't die with us.
A large...
Left and did.
He slams his staff against the ground again. And just the dust comes, and you can see he's visually getting angry. He isn't, like, moving, he just slams it.
Did they say what they were leaving for? Who they were... Because I saw, before I met everyone here, I saw a fight that we were losing. That I saw myself moments from death. And
Oh,
has that happened
that
before?
means that they died.
Yeah.
I was hoping you were just trying to pull the trick on me. You still have the cake as his arm reaches forward and grabs another chunk out of it and slams it into his mouth.
I'm sorry that they left you.
Switches over to B1's voice. By all logic, this doesn't make sense, but this isn't a very logical place, is it now?
It is not.
Switches over to... Oh, sorry. Yeah, you can keep going.
I'm very confused about this place and what we have found may imply. But rule number 23. Time is not the boss of you.
Wait, rules? What?
Ooh, I need you to roll a diplomacy check.
All right.
A1.
He said rules aren't the boss of him.
No,
I'm
I
not
said
possible.
Time isn't the
Time.
rule of-
I said rule number 23. Time is not the boss of you.
Sorry, I can't think straight. I'm so.
That's usually not how it works.
He smirks a little bit. Enjoyed my gift?
Not really, because then Slunda took it from me.
What?
No, wait.
Ugh.
Sorry, my memory's real hazy. I just remember being carried. No, that wasn't us. That was by Bloop.
That 20 that I rolled, it must have been the wasting kind.
Someone stole the alcohol out of me. That's all I remember.
I don't.
I wouldn't have it a little faster.
I think that would require me to go inside your blood, which I don't think I can do.
He begins shifting in his seat. You can hear the throne beginning to crack and bend. You can see it bending. Goes to... His voice switches to Flamel's voice. If I am to believe you, can I give you one test? For science purposes, of course.
I'm just gonna look at Flamel when he says the word science.
That sounds very reasonable to me.
That is a fascinating gif. I actually love it way much. I don't know why.
Terrifying.
I agree. Scrolled up.
Very well.
What?
You hear this in the back of the room. This sort of shadowed off section, almost like an emergency light, yellow emergency light starts to turn. You can hear woo, woo, woo go off, and you hear this heavy door beginning to lift. As the seal is broken, this cold fog begins filling the floor. We start to hear coming from underneath it. The sounds of metal chains clinking and being slammed against the stone. A large roar comes from underneath the door. As the door opens up, you hear the sound of metal snapping as, in a moment, this large... Once again, like, everything seems to be very large and exaggerated in this room. This 20-foot tall, deep purple furred bear comes running out of this area. Heavily matted fur. It's matted with all forms of things, guts and gore. It has this large scar over its right eye that seems to be dead, or just like, yeah, the eye itself seems to be dead. It's all grayed out. You see these old, ancient swords protruding from its back. These black spears and swords and other forms of weaponry. Between the weapons that are just made like this black metal, purple forms of electricity are shooting between it. It's running towards you, and it's with each.
Can I do sense?
Sure.
On
With
the
each-
bear!
With
This
each.
is actually a bear.
Yes, this one's actually a bear. But like with each step it takes, these deep, it's these sharp claws, these huge gouges in the floor. With your scientific mind,
22. Is it attacking us? Does it?
you're looking at it and like you think it's about to, but then you see this large metal collar attached to it and the chain, and you can see the chain is like it's about to get to you guys, but like that chain is not. It's gonna stop it before it gets to you. you see these deep scratches in the ground, and they look similar to the ones that are all around this castle, and they look similar to the one that was inside your containment center, Flamel.
Oh, this must be what I had in my room.
It is about to get to you, Bloop, and just swing at you. It is inches away from your face before you hear the sound of the chain go taut, and it stops and it's pulled back a little bit. Those claws almost tearing through you as it hand goes down, and you can just see this purple breath coming from it.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
My 360 view, could I have seen the chain behind it and kind of more or less known how long it was?
Yeah.
So could I just have stood there and just like
Roll. I will have you roll a will saving throw. Just not. I want to see it's a large beast that is coming towards you, looking like it's going to attack you.
You said
You-
I just will, right?
Yep.
Is this you blooped yourself?
Yeah. You bloop yourself. You as
one side out of my suit.
Is your bear all right? It looks like it's mighty injured. Did we do that? We didn't do that, did we?
I think I may have had this bear in my lab in the alternate version of me.
you.
Why'd you stab it so much?
You
I don't think I
hear
stabbed it.
Mr. Big. His voice goes to yours, Flamel. You admit it. It was your bear. I knew it. I knew it's you.
In the alternate timeline, meaning
Right, the other version of me.
His cane slams against the floor once again, and everything vibrates. I heard what she said.
Good.
Watch as he... The chain, it's taut and it's being pulled as it's trying to yank. You see bolts of electricity shoot from the chain into the neck of this. It's like, even though it looks like a very old bear, but it is muscular. There's a lot of fat on it. It is just ripped, ready to rip you guys. Electricity subdues it for a moment, and you hear the sound of the collar pop off as Mr. Big has snapped his fingers. The bear stands up. He stands up, and you see, standing up, he's 25, 30 feet tall.
Okay,
Begins stretching, comes back down, and begins walking towards each one of you, smelling you. Deep breaths next to each of you.
should we take the swords out of it? It looks like it hurts.
Let him sniff us first.
I'd be pretty aggravated if I had a bunch of toothpicks in me and he got a bunch of the rest of swords.
Gets right up next to you, Arvad. He's walks behind. He's been circling around the group, smelling everybody, and walks up behind you. Its snout right next to your ear as it takes in this deep breath. You can feel the moisture tickle the back of your neck as it releases, and slowly it just begins walking back into the cage.
Huh.
Does anyone speak bear? Mr. Bear, do you want us to take them blades out? I didn't kill myself. I'm so proud of myself.
You hear Flamel's voice, Mr. Big. Cannot be removed. Don't even try.
Cool.
It's Mr. Big's voice.
Why can't they be?
It's
Goes-
possible the bear is healed around those injuries to the point where it'd be dangerous to remove the
Well,
weapon.
I was gonna say we could slice them open a little bit, pull them out, and I could heal them back. I mean, it'd be slow going, but we could do it one blade at a time.
But do you want to slice on the bear?
If he allows it, that's why I said I don't speak bear.
I don't think bears can allow things like that. I don't think they have the capability.
I turn to the bear and I'll be really honest. You guys will realize this about Arvad. He is only sober when he's drunk as of now, and he's more drunk as a sober person.
Are we sure he doesn't have alcohol on
Rewire his
him?
brain. And I'm just gonna face the bear and I'm gonna go, Mr. Bear, do you understand me? And do you want help moving the swords?
Roll a diplomacy check for me.
I just like look between Arvad and the bear, and I'm trying to discern meaning from this interaction.
I'm just remembering, I think there's a Tintin or something where he's not drunk, he's sober. And I'm just not remembering any of the rest of the scene.
That's a 12? 12 to diplomacy the bear.
The bear's head turns around. You see lightning shooting in between its eyes. That there's your sensors, Flamel, are able to pick up. There's like a large amount of static, just static electricity in the air, forming right now. You can see Arvad's the only one with hair in this group, isn't he?
Yep.
Arvid's hair is slowly starting to rise before the bear exhales a deep breath and the hair goes back down. It kind of gets in your eyes a little bit, depending on the length of your hair.
I'm gonna take that as a he wants me to fuck off.
Yeah,
I'm
probably.
gonna not do anything anymore.
The bear, its claw grabs onto the chain as it begins taking it back into its cage. You hear that yellow alarm begin going again as the door begins to lower and shut down.
What did that mean?
I don't know, but it did not attack us.
Did that
If
bear seem very sentient to everyone else? And did he also pick up the chain from which he was looked like enslaved at first and took it back with him into the chamber? Is he gonna put it back on? Is this some sort of weird BDSM thing?
What's that?
You cannot address all of those things at once.
I cannot be honest.
We'll have to take this to fewer questions at a time for me to properly address them.
where's Absalom when you need him?
Absalom trying to explain BDSM. I do not. I
To a
kind of want to see
settlement.
that, and I also don't want to see that.
I'm gonna take psychic damage just imagining it.
Also like me.
Back in Ewan's voice, you see Mr. Big. If you were them, it would have killed you.
If we were, or if we were not?
If you were.
Were. That does make sense, because this other version of me presumably had it locked up in a stasis thing.
No fun for me.
I'm still confused,
Luke
but
Curtis, does the king
we're not that.
I like reach out to give you a high five. Also confused.
I
feel
will.
like this is just a new beginning for all of us. And with that, how is he close enough that I could shake his hand?
He's he is you're probably within 8 feet of him, but he is leaned back into this throne, and he does not have the best of mobility.
I understand that, so I will carefully make my way forward after my statement of this seems like a good time for new beginnings. And I go, and in the spirit of new beginnings, since I do not properly know you yet, I reach my hand forward and I say, I'm Arvat. And you are?
His head shifts over. You can see rolls of fat underneath his chin just move with him as it moves over and now is looking at you. His arm moves up, and not in an aggressive manner. Swats your hand away. Not interested yet.
Well, it's nice to meet you, not interested yet.
Back off. I need you to make a will saving throw.
Is that for all of us or just for him?
Nope, this is just for Arva.
I'm the only one who's trying to make friends without bribery.
You feel yourself naturally move back to in line with the rest of the group. Even though... And you hear this one in your voice, Arvad. Even though... You are not them. Your faces are their faces. And that breaks my heart. Maybe, if you can earn my trust, we could start a new friendship. But that will be something that only time can tell. I hope you understand.
I'm gonna bow and say, yes, of course. We are intending on leaving this glassway, and perhaps on our return,
You know the rules. That is good.
we've been drilled multiple times on the rules.
Either way, I could never leave forever if I had a way to come back.
He
Unless I
slowly
die.
starts to sit forward and try and push himself up on the chair. You can hear it squeaking, and each movement he does, you wonder if this throne is going to break on him. He sits up and he's now just hunched over. Who told you these rules? I'm interested.
Uppo.
Umpo.
Umpo.
Oh.
It was Umpo.
Yeah,
Oh.
Also, it looks like Umpo stole the eye to one of your butler robot man guys from out front.
Voice. And it's not like a voice that you guys have heard. It's just that squawky, I know what he has done. His eyes flare red before they go back down to this, like, blue-ish color. Very well. I can tell that you have already made a pact with someone to get a boon to go out of here.
I'm gonna do a bow nod thing again. Yes, indeed.
We did?
Now, just think because that you aren't them doesn't mean that this place won't still be as dangerous as it is for everybody else that enters into the glassway.
I'm gonna wave my hand. Of course not. Of course not.
Starts brushing his hand against the floor, picking up scraps of rotting
Has he reacted at
meat.
all to Sloop being there?
He has not reacted at all to Sloop. Sloop is still just violently shaking, but picks up a bunch of scraps and just shoves them in his mouth. Begins chewing while talking. Bits are just spewing out all over your guys' faces. I don't know who made the pact. I don't know why they made the pact, but a pact must be made. And a pact must be completed before you leave. Now, even I can't stop that. But, saying that you're not them, the voice cuts over to Bloop's voice, almost in a more jovial manner. I can at least help you get on your way. How does that say? Where is it that you need to go?
Back to
Grunge pits?
The grunge pits.
Yeah.
Slams his staff into the ground.
Fulfill the deal.
Oh.
Alright.
Before
His one eye turns red and just shoots over towards looking at you, Slunda. Yes. Before what?
I just wanted to, like, Slinda's like torn the picture out of the book and was just like, in case I just wanted to give you this, even if it's for later.
Tries
From what we saw.
reaching for it, and he's leaning forward, and he looks like he's about to fall over before he just
I
grabs
lean
it.
as far as I can.
Holding it in one of your upper arms so that you
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Tall enough.
Gotcha.
Paper crumples in his hand as he grabs it. Doesn't mean like he's meaning to destroy it, but just like
Just that, yeah, because
Yeah.
hand.
Pulls
His
it and starts.
dexterity is taking a hit.
Yeah, starts brings it over his knee, trying to unwrinkle it, and looks at it. You see, the first time in this entire conversation, what looks like a genuine smile creep into the side of his face. Looks like a small tear is beginning to form.
I'm actually scared to think of like how a crow or raven would smile. Like, how does a beak smile?
They have
In a very
We do it in
animated
cartoons.
way.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Yes.
You watch it. He starts to hunch back and lean back, and he looks like he's about to blow his nose before he pulls the paper out and just blows into it. He hands to wipe his nose. Ah, thank you for the tissue. Tosses it on the ground. I'm hungry. I need food.
Can I well, I say perception. But
Motive.
just
Motive.
see, yeah,
Sense motive?
sense motive. If that was just a conveniently timed sneeze, or if he was actually if he was properly reacting to the picture.
It looks like
If
it was
there
just a convenience. It doesn't look like it was intentional.
Well, I mean, but he teared up because of the picture, and not it wasn't something. Okay.
Yeah, I just think it was a natural. There's a lot of dust that's been falling down from the ceiling.
Especially with them thumping everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm saying is, did it seem like he would have the tear from? Because it went from it's an emotional reaction to thanks for the tissue.
He doesn't seem like he's the most emotionally stable person.
Okay.
Emotions seem
So
to be
he was
able to
emotionally
switch
reacting
him.
to it, but then he was also whatever.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Well, voice cuts back over to yours, Arvad. Sounds like you have a job. Probably get going. Voice cuts over to you, Bloop. Thanks for the cake.
Thanks for the cake.
You're welcome. All right.
I will do my nod bow thing, and then pick my way across the room, trying my best to remember where the stuff was, but not too much of an effort, as because I can't tell. If something happens, something happens.
Walking across the floor, nothing seems to be happening. You're being cautious, but just going for it. Seem to make it back to the other side of the room just fine. As you guys begin to exit, as you reach the other side of the throne room, the door opens up, and you see that robot standing there, having opened the door, just nodding to each one of you as you begin to exit.
What was your name? I ask as we go through.
The robot, you're not sure if he's spacing out or just being a robot, but he doesn't reply.
Well, nice to meet you.
Probably on the back of his neck. Back of his head.
I peek at the back of his head.
Usually right under the logo.
Takes a moment for him to turn for you to get that angle as he's just against the wall waiting for everybody, but starts to walk in front, and you look, you see Flamel's logo. And for where's yours located, Flamel?
Back of my neck.
Okay, so
I was checking the back of his neck.
yep. Let's see, where is that so I can post that for everybody so they can see. There it is.
You pinned it, I believe.
I
Or
did.
one version of it. Yes. There were multiple versions, but
I'm not
This is
seeing the pin in here. I'm
Oh,
seeing
it was-
no, it was I was
in
just
your
doing some
channel.
pencil designs for.
This is what you guys see on the back of Flamel's back now that you have a chance to kind of look at it. And
It's also on this robot's.
it's also on this robot's, correct.
Does he have a serial number or name underneath the logo?
It does have a serial number. It is 1357.
Hey, is
Okay,
that
now I need to-
your big brother?
Or your little brother.
I don't think this one is my brother at all.
Nephew?
Son.
Uncle?
I It's complicated. I don't think he would fall under that category exactly.
Excuse me, sir, are you of the creation of Nicholas Flamel?
The robot freezes for a moment and it gets stuck. Like gears aren't working properly as it keeps twitching back and forth before it stops. It slouches over and stands back up. The master has asked us to go. We must go now. And begins walking forward.
Alright. And I turn to Flamel and I just go, how much do you think your family would pay if we brought back him as well?
Oh,
Not stealing, he says empty.
I mean,
So that's very fair.
hey. Quick check though, DM. That serial number, this one, I wouldn't know that of this one existing already, right?
Nope. Well,
So I don't recognize this guy. So
actually,
I mean,
now that you are like looking at him, you know it's a serial number. Roll a culture check and then plus 10.
Ooh, hang on. Okay. Culture plus 10. Is a 33?
33. Okay.
Oh, I know.
Now that you're seeing like the skeletal form, the overall process of what it does, this seems, looking at it, this seems to be like, you know, your father numbers all of his robots. Some of them have specific meanings. Other ones are just numbered in creation order. This seems to be one that's numbered in creation order, and it has a lot of similarities to some just the helping hands that are around your father's estate.
Okay. This is a very old robot. This is a really old model. Like, way older than me, I think.
So,
Yeah, you've seen robots like this. Some of them are newer, but like they vary each iteration, but they have the same sort of framework to them. And your father, like you are up in the hundreds of thousands with some of the numbers on them. So this one's old.
Yeah, but especially since he's been here in the Glassway, probably a lot. It'll be very valuable because he's got, I mean, whatever information he has from being here and whatever's happened to him. Because my father will definitely know what he built him out of, so if he's changed at all. Anyway, I'm very interested in this.
Well, alright, let's look at the brain piece thingy and for Chronicler.
Exiting the Mr. Big's castle, the this robot now given the name 1357 leads you back out to the courtyard. The fog is still heavy and thick around there. I'll have you guys roll a group perception check for me.
+3.
Hang on, perception. I was writing down a note. Okay, plus.
Are we all doing perception or is it just
Yep.
group, yeah.
Oh,
Group.
Yep. It's as a group, so group fast, group fail, I guess.
where is mine?
Oh, well, that's cool.
Boy. My culture
Oh.
one was really high, not my perception one's normal.
What the hell? Oh, sorry, I put in too many numbers. It's only supposed to be a +6.
Okay, we'll just keep the 8 and then add
64, DM, I see everything.
What do your human eyes see?
Wow, I got real freaked out for a second.
All right. Nothing seems different or out of the ordinary as you guys leave. The door slams behind you. The fog lets you see out 10 feet now. So you're again making your way through this old, abandoned part of the glassway. Walking back through those raven statues, and their heads follow you as you leave. Those piercing red eyes being one of the very few things that you're really able to see. We make it back to like the glassway proper.
And we start heading towards the accordionarium, whatever it's called.
Okay. Arvab, I need not Arvab, sorry. Iwan, I need you to make another reflex save.
A reflex save. I keep on wanting to type in save, but that's not how this goes. Reflex. Right. Oh, lovely. How is that? Okay, fine. I need a 1 in there.
It's like, I don't know how to do that, man.
Roll! D20 plus 1!
Exclamation D20 even.
Yes, exactly. You're just excited.
I'm excited to get a good roll.
As you guys are walking by, you and you're kind of walking in forward part, looking around, everything still, nothing looks like it's changed. You still see the same, like those 2 dwarven twins out there, same people. You get to that crossway, and as you're about to step forward, that same carriage with that Skidamander driving it zooms past you. Not as close to hitting you as it has before, but it still comes relatively close as the Skidamander turns around and lifts you off with its 6 arms. Starts. Do you speak Skidamander?
No.
Okay,
Dude,
you hear this high-pitched, like, squeaking sound coming towards you, or being directed at you, as it goes on off.
Starfinder has a bajillion and 1 languages, and it's not like standard D&D where you're like, oh,
I mean,
there's the standard languages and that exotic.
close to Draconic?
Absolutely not.
Okay,
I only
never mind.
speak 14
I was gonna be
languages.
Like,
What
maybe
do
I
you want
understand
from
every other word.
This is like a high-pitched bear, like it's like an Ewok, but a lot. It's an Ewok meets Flemish. That's what Skidamander sounds like.
I actually know an entire song in Ewok, and I can sing it in a Flemish accent. But now I'm hearing it in my head, and it's killing me.
I wonder if he is also stuck in some time loop. I say as I just look at him go.
That would be unfortunate for him.
You continue walking through the glassway, heading back to Xana's Accordionarium.
Ordinary.
Looking into the window, you see Umpo still. Well, there's no longer the bongs there. It seems to be scribbling something into the table with like a pen. Hasn't noticed you guys. You get the very strong smell the closer you get to this of like skunk weed. It smells terrible, but
I am going to I'm going to turn to Flamel and say, do you have olfactory sensors?
I can smell. I mean, I can analyze the components of the air. Oh.
Can you be poisoned or affected by this?
Let me check.
I don't know if they make drugs for robots.
Going called Space Station 13, and they do. In that game.
You might get a situational bonus.
I mean, I don't need to breathe, so if it's something that affects you by breathing it, like I can analyze the air, but I'm not breathing.
It might be better if you were the one to approach him then.
That's a very good point.
I don't trust the effects of whatever it is he may be under to not affect the environment.
It's fair. Okay, I'll walk over to Umpo. Hello, Umpo.
So you have to head inside. Like, he's inside.
Thought we were inside. I
Oh,
go
no, you
inside.
like gone to the outside. Yeah, you can just smell
I'll
it.
go inside.
Entering in, your vision is immediately clouded by the smoke that's there. You see it's a rather open space that that's there. There's one of those, they got restaurants, they have the what is it? What's it called? The person that's like in charge of seating and whatnot, they're like little podium stand. What'd you say?
Wait, the person in charge of seating?
Yeah.
That's an usher.
Oh, well, like in a restaurant though.
Like-
What do they call them?
The host with, or the host.
Or
Yeah, like the host. Yeah. There's like that host station that's there. Seems to be like she's, if you could like merge a female human with a cockroach, that's what she looks like. She has like the same skin texture and coloration as a cockroach. However, with like big buggy eyes and antenna, and you can see the wings that are there, but she had all physical attributes look like a human. She's just kind of sitting there, flipping through a magazine, waiting as you enter in. Oh, hello. How can I help you?
I'm just here to speak with him.
Him. I...
Point over at Umpo.
Oh, the regular. Okay.
I just need to speak with him.
Can I get you anything while you're waiting?
No, thank you.
Alrighty.
Blip walks up behind her.
Walk over to Umpo.
Do you have alcohol?
You guys are outside.
Oh.
If you want to go in, you could go in. That's
Blip
like...
will go in and ask for alcohol.
Sorry, this isn't that type of establishment.
What other stuff you got? And then we'll
Got all sorts of drugs. Skunk weed.
Do you have stuff that would affect the blind the most?
Affect the blind?
Like no visual distortion, but like I'm no auditory hallucination.
Oh, we have lots of that. How much? What? We're looking for what grade? We have F through S. What grade are you looking for?
Just something that's cheap and safe.
Alright, F grade it is. 10 credits, please.
You will transfer her 10 credits.
She gives you the small brown baggie. Hands it to you. Seems to be this some powder inside of it.
Last question. Is it fine for this apartment in this area's laws?
As long as you don't break any of the rules.
Alright, then I walk back outside, and then everyone just sees me like open up the space helmet and just dump this powder up there.
Do I recognize the drug this dude did?
Roll a
Would that be a profession check?
no. This
I'm a
let's see.
smuggler.
This is true. You are a smuggler. You would either be life science. I would say this is life science. You smuggle things, but that doesn't mean you know exactly.
I guess that's
Mhm.
fair.
Yeah.
You said life science?
Uh huh.
Do you have to be trained in life science? Oh, you don't.
No, that one does require training.
No, it doesn't. It says you don't.
It requires training.
No, it's only, no.
It's the gray ones that don't require training.
Yeah, if you hover over it, it'll pop up with a tooltip that says requires training.
Okay, so I can roll on it. Do I still get the bonus if I'm... How does that
Do you-
work?
Do you have a green dot in there?
No.
Okay, then you don't really know much about these things.
Okay.
Yeah. You just know it's probably not the best of substances. We'll get to that in a second, Loop. As Flamel, you head over. There's quite a few people in this cafe, drug cafe. You see several, like alien-like. One seems. Oh, what's that Pokemon's name? It's blue and it has just all those like the tentacles are like hair.
Tangela?
Yeah, kind of like alien like that, but has arms and just sitting there doing some drugs. Looks like snorting something, but with like that blacked out face with the eyes. Like, you can't see any facial feature except the eyes. So like the shot just goes into a black void. You see. Okay, this is on me because my brain is spacing right now. What? Xana was a human, right?
She's half elf.
Half elf. Okay, cool. You see this half elven woman that's sitting at. This one's more of a. It's deeper in the ground, like the floor itself has been dug down. These fine purple couches with various orcs and goblins and Yosoki that all seem to be doing some drugs. She's kind of sitting in the middle, the dark-haired half-elf. She's laughing at all of them, and you notice that when they're not paying attention, she kind of pockets some extra coin. That's there. And then you just see Umpo writing. Looks like he's writing in blood on the table. Just
down in that area with Xana, or is he?
No, he's up by the window. That was just something.
Okay, that's
you
what
saw.
I thought. I was like, I thought I saw him from outside. Okay, yeah, I'll just walk over to Umpo and I'm gonna look and see what he's writing first.
Looking down, you see stick figures in blood. One of them has like X'd out eyes and has a sword through the chest. You see like the hair, dragging hair. You see a four-armed figure that has one X or an eye, and it looks like it's kind of drawn one section of the head like blown off. You see another four-armed figure that has looks like the eyes are just pouring out of the eye sockets, and then where the eyes would like down where the eyes are pouring out of, an X there and just on the ground. You see little boxes, like a person made out of boxes, and then like square eyes, and you see a fire coming off of them, and then you just see this little puddle, and there's another person standing over it. You can see there, like the one arm looks like it's cut off, like it has little drawing of a child, like drawing a bone coming out of the arm, and he just looks like he's peeing in the puddle.
Umpo, what you drawing?
He jumps. Looking at Umpo's face now, you can see half of it's covered in that like black clay face. The other half is like where you see that mechanical eye. Umpo's not here right now.
What's your name?
I don't know if I should tell you that. You might not like it.
I not like it.
What did you say? You cut out for a
Might
second.
not like it.
You might not like it.
Well, I don't have any particular disdain for any names that I am aware of.
Well, that's good. He takes out a little blade and cuts his finger. A little more blood begins pouring out, and he just starts rubbing it all over the box figure. And then, like a passive-aggressive manner.
Right. Well, if Umpo's not here, then, never mind, I suppose.
What do you mean, never mind, you suppose?
I was here to talk to Umpo. But I'll have to talk to him later.
He did say that when you came back, he would talk to you.
Okay.
Just let me finish this. He starts going over all of the other bodies and just covering them up. Once that's finished, this clay melts off of his face down into the neck and back onto the shoulder. You see, Umple's face seems... It almost looks like it's paralyzed and the eye is shut before his eye shoots open. Takes a deep breath. Oh, that was a trip.
Okay. DM, I would like to sense motive on this guy to figure out, hey, if other Umpo is in fact trying to like kill us, and how aware Umpo might be of this other guy's plans / doodles.
Yeah.
Not great. It's an 11.
Alright. He doesn't seem to have noticed the other doodles yet, as like he seems to be he's coming to from this whatever drug trip that he was just on. Now seeing you can see him smiling, and you do recall that Rosie had said that that other one was probably working for Mr. Biggs. Umpo, not necessarily. Umpo was just like a creep, but like that thing got attached to him at some point.
Okay. Hi, Umpo.
Hi, Flamel. How are you?
I'm fine. I hope you've been enjoying yourself.
I think so. I don't remember much, so I mean that's probably. Hey, Xana, was I enjoying myself? And you turn your head and you see that half-elf woman just stick her thumb up. Yep, I was enjoying myself.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Just wanted to let you know we are gonna be heading home for the day, and thanks for all your help so far.
Oh, heading home. You went to the you got everything. You got the boon. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I guess you don't need me to guide you around anymore. That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, don't forget to come back, because I'd die, and that wouldn't be fun. So yeah.
Don't worry.
Please come back.
We'll definitely be coming back, or at least I will. This place is too...
You all made it back! As he turns his head and he sees the rest of you outside. Cutting back, as you ingest this drug, being the way you are able to digest it rather quickly, make a... Oh, what do they call it? Is it SOCON? A fortitude saving throw. Oh, blue. Can you guys hear me? Oh, you're good. I need you to make a fortitude saving throw.
Fortitude saving throw.
Yeah, you drug addict.
I don't understand what you mean.
Are you gonna become a straight up addict in this game?
Oh, yeah.
Games? Yeah, but like worse.
Alright, so 18.
Ingesting this, you get a little squirrely, but that's like your metabolism is maybe a little too strong for the lowest grade of drug. It doesn't really seem to have that much effect on you. So you Uppo's just looked out, and Party's just waiting up there, and you see Blue bouncing around a little bit, but that's it.
Heroin, not weed.
It's like a soda with some caffeine.
Everyone's fine. And we're, yep. Thanks for all your help, Umpo.
Oh, okay.
Bye.
Again, leaving, he scoots out from his chair, just starts following behind. Are you sure that you don't need any help guarding, navigating? You go through the door as he steps out. We can really help you out, like...
No, I have really good navigational abilities on my own, actually. You're fine, you're off the hook. You can go enjoy yourself some more.
Okay. Oh. Alright. Well, Goodbye. He starts waving and his hand dislocates to the one side and it isn't able to like wave back properly.
It's just a little bloop.
Bye.
And
Yep.
then just like the arm.
Go back to the
You
group.
hear some shouting, you hear that from a like insectoid like woman. About you still owe us 40 credits, and you hear Umpo say, "Oh no," and begins running down the street.
Oh, yeah, he's probably in debt to them. I told him he was off the hook for now because I found him kind of possessed by that other face he has, drawing pictures of, like, murdering stick figures that looked suspiciously like our group composition with his own blood. And that just seemed like someone we probably don't want to travel with right now.
No, yeah, that's fair. Let's go. Let's go to the junkyard and get your.
So,
Even Sloonda's like, yeah, that's kind of sketchy.
it seemed like too much of a risk. It's unnecessary. I have a blood sample from him, so I'm fine.
Does anyone have some scrap we could trade or whatever?
I will hold up the toaster. I will hold up the cooler.
Okay, this may sound like a crazy idea, but what if we took both of those things apart so that they'd be like more scrap that we'd have?
Like when a little kid spreads food around their plate.
Yeah, that way you look less appetizing, Flamel.
Well, I don't know how to take these apart.
Is that a compliment?
I'm gonna say,
insult?
I've got a +7 to engineering. I can take them apart.
I'm not sure if it was a compliment.
I also have a +7 to engineering. Plus, I have instant tooled, so I don't have to I don't get disadvantage on engineering text.
I also have
just
+7 to
have
engineering.
tools.
Say that again.
I said I just have the tools.
Great. I can grab any of your tools and make them the tool that I need until I set it down.
I will also present the gopher robot as potential scrap or potential useful.
As you present this robot, it
Wait, a gopher?
activates. You watch as it spins around on its torso. Hello. How may I be of service today?
Hello!
What's your name?
Hello. I do not have a name. What would you like to call me?
Gopher.
Oh. It's.
Kevin Gopher?
It nods its head. Kevin Gopher, chosen as name. Hello, I am Kevin Gopher.
Damn it, I want to
Well, Kevin, what is the range of your abilities?
I can do anything within, and that looks down at its arms. 5.5 inches of me. That is the range of my abilities.
Oh, you're so cute!
Do you have skills? Can you, like, fix things? Or
What is in need of fixing?
I bring out my personal comms unit.
It turns and looks up at you. Permission to dismount the hand.
Sure.
I'll nod.
It hops off of your hand onto the ground, stumbles a little bit before. It doesn't have any knees, so it just wobbles over to the comms unit.
Damn, did you explain earlier that it's literally a hand?
It's a hand that went Transformer style into a like humanoid-looking robot.
It's a
Yeah.
duty dog.
Yeah. So like it has arms, and like the middle finger would be like the neck and head.
Wait, are you missing a hand now?
No.
It's not one of his four hands.
Is this the same type of hand that Slinda has on backwards?
No,
That's
this
her
is
actual
this like
Okay, good.
This is-
Then I will not suggest we cut off Slinda's hand.
this is a very shiny chrome.
Again.
This is a very
I think
shiny
it would be less
metallic
useful if it were
chrome.
attached.
It goes over to the comms unit and it begins to scan it. This comms unit is fully functional. What would you like me to do to it?
Wait, it's fully functional? Because when I first pulled it out, you said it made like an electronics frying and popping noise. A little bit of smoke came out.
It is fully functional.
Oh, well.
this small wire and exits off from like one of its hands and plugs in. Transmitting, and as this is happening, you watch as more smoke is starting to come off of the comms unit. Transmission complete.
Can Gopher, can you trade contact information with me? I hold out my hand and extend out also a little port to connect to his little communication thingy.
Kevin looks up at you, Ewan. Permission to transmit signal to other sentient robot.
Yes.
I'm gonna take my.
Hobbles over to you and plugs into you.
And I'm gonna start engineering it to see if he just broke it worse.
Okay, roll an engineering check as you're. As you're getting, as it's uploading its information, like program files and everything to you, Flamel, it is the most basic of basic robots. It has absolutely zero skills. It can like upload information and take information. That's
It's a thumb
about
drive
it.
on legs.
The USB drive with legs, guys.
Really fixed my comms unit.
It wasn't that he fixed it or broke it. He just uploaded something there. It doesn't look like much damage was done while he was uploading, but the damage that has already been there is there.
He's just distributing viruses
It's
to
literally
everybody.
only good as a flashlight right now. Which is just like, I'm so frustrated. I'm like, how am I going to talk to you? Damn it.
I believe that there is a thing called Morse code.
Well, my name is Arvin.
Yes. I know what this robot can do now. It's not a lot.
Hi, you're right. My name is not a lot. My name is Kevin Gopher.
That is correct, little buddy. He can like store some information and upload and download. That's basically it.
And
Can you
Walk.
download any of our artist songs?
Oh yeah, he can walk.
If he can torrent, then
but can he torrent over insert VPN name here?
What else may be of assistance to you?
That will be all for now. Thank you.
He just falls to the ground, deactivated.
I will pick him up. And
Right. Yeah, have to tell him to get back on your shoulder or wherever you were carrying him before you tell him he's done.
I'm gonna look at you on and go, you know, in some cultures when one picks up a metal hand like that, it signifies someone has started a duel. But seeing as you're the one who dropped the metal hand, sort of way, I don't think you want to fight yourself. So, you know, just beware when you pick up metal hands.
I will put it in my pocket, and then with all four of my arms, I'll rock, paper, scissors.
Who of the arms are gonna win or lose?
I'm gonna gently sit down, Sloop, and I'm gonna say, ooh.
Okay. I will have you. Each of you roll a. Okay. It's gonna be a D3. 1 is rock, 2 is paper, 3 is scissors. You can roll it for the number of hands that you are doing.
So rolling 4d3.
Oh, dang it. I thought choose was an option here. I'm gonna look this up because I feel like that was.
The question becomes, Kevin Gopher, scrap.
yes.
Okay, so we tie, and then
Ewan
Paper,
beat you.
scissors.
scissors.
Tie.
There's
Ewan.
3 ties,
Oh,
but then I have
ties-
scissors to your paper.
No, it's
wait.
rock. That's rock.
Rock, paper, scissors. I lose.
The most
Yeah, sorry, I was-
Without the
yep.
scissors,
You tie 3 of them, and Slunda wins 1.
I reach out with.
Win!
It's probably with the hand that's on backwards that she wins.
Yes.
You are
Yes.
able to like see which hand, what her hand was doing is confusing and throwing you off slightly.
It even fits in with like the 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mm-hmm.
Your lucky hand.
My
got
Well,
my little hand. No.
I mean, it's not super lucky. I mean, my tattoo, like, totally shifted. But at least I won that once, yes. Oh, yes,
lean
lucky
over
Finn.
to Yuan, and I'm like, is her hand being on backwards? Is that a thing in videos?
No, it is not. And no, it is not.
Oh,
That
That
pause
was
in-
a mistake because the Empire put her hand back on while we were in stasis, and they just did it really wrong.
I mean, I think I whispered so only Yuan could hear.
Oh, I thought you said that out loud, but we're directing it at E1.
No, I leaned over and whispered it to him because I didn't want to offend her. If it's a little point of
I mean, I've been loudly complaining, depending on when you've been paying attention, about how they put my hand on back. So, the last couple days. That's very fair. That's very fair. I respect that.
So I
Does Bloop
gave
just see like the outlines of people, or can Bloop like see like I don't know heartbeats or whatever?
Good question. Luke can see actually in very full detail, but just not pictures. So like an eagle's face would look like that, but with no color.
Gotcha.
Probably not a heartbeat because it'd be inside a bunch of other vibrations that
He
you
can
see first.
3D model everything in his brain in a 360-degree whatever around him, but he can't see the TV screen.
It's like
Do you that?
it's like if you take a 3D model and remove all the textures.
Gotcha. Nice.
so I had handed out the cooler and the toaster, and potentially Kevin. I don't know if we're keeping Kevin.
That's up to
We
you.
might keep Kevin. I will go ahead and keep Kevin, but we have the
I've already
cooler.
added him to the party list, so you got to keep him now.
The cooler and the toaster were offered up to be turned into big scrap, to be turned into lots of scrap.
So do we think it'd be better to take them apart or just bring them as they are?
I mean, I'm not really sure. I don't know this weird port fella. But scrap means scrap, right? So if we like split each of them in two, that's 4 scrap that we have to offer. And
It just depends on how they view it. I have no idea what their system is.
Disassemble it themselves, I'm pretty sure.
I was gonna say, I'll also
Yeah.
throw this communication device in the midst, seeing as it's a fancy smoke machine now.
Alright.
With a flashlight, I say as I shine the flashlight and move it to where the smoke is coming up in front of the flashlight. Ooh.
Can I look into it and see if it could be repaired?
It probably can, but it's just a communication device.
You can get another
Seven
one. once you
credits.
have
I
it.
can buy a new comm when we get out of here. And I'll probably make everyone else buy comms too, so we can communicate.
I have a built-in comms.
Huh. That must be irritating when someone calls and you're on Do Not Disturb and your head's just vibrating or something.
That's nothing compared to the Neebler that's constantly yelling in my head for the past 2 weeks.
Oh, what?
I had a specimen that I trapped in a jar, and when I cryo-froze it, it was communicating with me telepathically, and so it's just kind of stuck mid-word. Now, hasn't stopped.
What happened if you killed it?
I don't know. I don't know where it is anymore, so I don't know how to find out. It might already be dead. It might just be stuck with this forever.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna time it, and maybe I'll learn something.
I'm gonna go back to let's get to the junkyard.
We
As you say
Like,
that,
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry I learned it. So, but
you start looking around, Arvad, and you realize you have no clue how to get there. You're just looking around at all these shifting buildings.
Is there anyone around us?
Immediately in the vicinity, no. There's people back inside the Xana's Accordinarium. you see further down the street, looks like those twin dwarves are there. There's no one in the street, but you've noticed that people are confined to like their own shops or shopping in those shops. Umpo's been the only one besides you guys and that other group that have freely been moving around, and the war dog.
Could go in and ask the hostess of this establishment.
I mean, we might need to go get Umpo and his friend to guide us.
Okay, but they might be planning to kill us.
Well, we can kill him first. He looks pretty weak.
Wait, who's it? I'm not-
Also, there are rules about who can kill and where. should
We
find
don't know
out-
where the zones
Are we
are.
going to the place where you can kill people?
Yeah,
I don't think we should, but
But we should find out the rules for murder.
Just don't know how much we should trust Umpo, but if that is what you all want to do, we will do
Yeah,
it.
do we
based
have other
on-
options?
Rosie.
We could try asking other people.
I think Rosie told us. Let me look at my notes.
I think she gave us directions.
Yes, she did. Let me find them. See how much I wrote down, anyways. It's a little ways away. Be careful. Head toward converging towers. Small path leading down into Grunchworks. Maze maneuvering through 50 to 60 foot wall of scrap. Most scrap lost in the universe makes its way here.
Where are the converging towers?
Well, you look around and towards what would be your north, or you think would be your north, given there's no sun or any other thing to mark north. You see those two large skyscrapers that start to arch together and then touch.
Okay,
We
should
start
follow-
following those directions.
the directions we got from, and I could just replay the recording of Rosie giving us the directions in case anyone
Over.
forgets them.
And over and over.
I just play it once as necessary.
Very good. Who is?
Do we get the little Niebler voice in the background of that recording?
It's a good question.
No.
Can I play that? Okay.
Only
Okay.
you hear it.
Only me.
Yeah. So, we begin walking down the streets of the Glassway, heading towards the Convergent Towers. The scenery begins to shift from the older and fantasy architecture to more of these modern buildings, and it's a pretty. I mean, it's a gradual shift, and then it just gradually shifts for the first block and a half, 2 blocks before there's just a hard stop of them, where everything north of you are this futuristic modern day 4 to 5 foot tall story buildings with large neon signs pointing to have you enter with the various advertisements and whatnot. Buildings that are noteworthy as you're walking along. There's only one. The other reason it's noteworthy is because both parties have heard this name within the last 2 weeks. It looks like an old condemned, almost looks like a witch's house. All these strange occult signs around the doorway and window seals.
Oh no.
It looks pretty. The glass has been broken multiple times with these torn green drapes that are it's pretty ugly. Naturally occurring mold growing there, and just really faded out letters. You can barely make out the name Raziel's, and then the rest of it seems the paint has sort of chipped away. But besides that, nothing else of importance or of note that would, for this period of time, would interest any of the party. I mean, there's lots of interesting looking places, window shops of, various things, but
I will, as we're going along, I will just nudge Flamel and say, "Isn't that the name of the guy who was on the show? Who was going to be on the show?
Yeah.
On Borknork's show.
Yeah.
Wonder if he made it out."
I mean, when we saw him, it was a couple days before everything went sideways. We probably
true.
wasn't there anymore when it happened.
True.
Doesn't mean he wasn't involved.
passing through like this threshold, stepping off the cobblestone onto the pavement. It feels like everything behind you is blown away into the wind. Let's get a slight change of music.
Guys, we have so many diaper boxes in our house. I'm now using one as a footrest because it's just that size.
Oh, great.
I'm just extolling boxes. That's all.
Yes, boxes are good.
The scenery behind you, as it feels, you watch as it starts to fracture and almost turn to dust. The wind blows it and you just see darkness behind you. And as you blink, you watch as there's just more of these giant neon city skyscrapers all around. Everything, the sun that was in the glassway is now, you get the feeling like it would be nighttime, but there's still light given off by all of the buildings. You hear the sound of, sounds like vehicles traveling up and down the streets in the distance, but nothing in the immediate vicinity of you. Continually moving forward, staying off, like other sidewalks now, running up against the buildings, staying off of the street as you are watching as several of these hovering cars are going up and down the streets. You start. Who just left? Was it Coral?
We just lost Coral.
Okay.
How dare
Well,
you?
sure.
I'm sure it was definitely on purpose.
No. She's just scared of being sold as scrap.
Welcome back.
I'm back. Sorry, that wasn't even my computer kicking me off or anything. I just changed tabs too quickly and accidentally closed Discord. Oh, sorry.
You're good. It's all good. As you're walking up down the streets, these levitating cars, various makes and models, begin driving past. Each one of them seem to have this robotic chauffeur driving them, and you can make out silhouettes of people in the back, but you can't really tell who they are. There definitely are more people on the streets here in this section of the Glassway, but most of them appear to be some form of either android or robot that are traversing the streets. You watch as, almost in unison, all of them reach into a bag, pull out an umbrella, and lift it. 5 seconds later, or what would be around 5 seconds later, it just starts to drizzle and rain in the area. All of you are fairly acquainted with wet weather now here in the Glassway. continue walking another minute or two pass, and then simultaneously all of them shake off their umbrella as the rain stops and stow it away. The rain ceases, but then again another 5 minutes, just like clockwork. All of the robots and androids do the same thing, pulling out the umbrella. It rains, putting it away, stowing it. 5 more minutes pass by, and just keeps on continuing and continuing.
Interesting.
As you get about, you're probably now 6 or 7 blocks away from these converging towers. Flamel, roll a will saving throw for me. And Slunda.
Is this against mind affecting effect?
No, it's against magnets. I don't know why I thought that'd be funny.
Well,
It's
I'm going to assume it specifically targets constructs, though. Would be my guess. So
Yeah.
So you
don't
don't
get
get
that
that
bonus. That's just going to be a straight.
Is it a spell or other magical effect?
Nope.
Okay. You said a will save?
Straight will save.
It's a plus.
Uh-oh.
Oh!
That's a natural one.
Okay. Slunda, you start to hear this broadcast, but you're able to, your mind is trained and tempered enough to block out things that aren't wanted. Flamel, you receive this broadcast 010010010011001001 01101100001111000. Which, when you speak binary,
Do.
you know that it's a signal for help going off.
Can I tell any kind of direction or source or anything from it?
You can tell it's coming off to the northwest. Seems to be in like one of these alleyways that's coming up in just a minute.
Wouldn't like recognize the frequency or anything, right?
No, nothing that you
Okay.
recognize immediately. Yeah.
Someone is calling for help. I'm over there, I say to the group, and I point out to where it's coming from.
I don't hear it.
I suspect it's a robot or someone using a computer to reach out, you know.
Are you hearing this in your brain?
Yes.
I had to kind of.
Did you also
That was a
take
fuzz.
drugs in that little house of yours?
Did not.
No, I got a little bit of it
Sense
too, and
Did she drug herself? Can robots be drugged? I don't know.
You would know with skills in computers and engineering, robots and androids are able to send signals to each other. Like it isn't.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I'm not drugged.
I wish I was. Anyways, let's go
Sorry.
save the robot, I guess.
But
Oh my gosh!
just
if
check it
they're
out.
in
We should
this
be-
bad shape, we can use them as scrap.
we should be careful in case it's some kind of a trap, but I do think we should investigate.
Yeah, no, let's investigate. Because if they are in a really
Wait,
really
is
bad
that-
shape, we scrap them.
isn't that what Sloop was saying?
That's right.
Wait,
Sloop-
is Sloop a robot? Oh,
He's just following behind you guys, wagging his tail.
I need alcohol. Let's go.
Sloop, did you hear that?
Slunda, did you hear it?
I got a little buzz or something, but I don't know. I don't.
All right. Well, we should at least check it out.
Alright.
Walking up, following your little ping, little radar sensor that you're getting. As you get closer, the intensity of the signal gets louder and louder. Help, 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 help.
If I try to listen for it, can I hear it?
No, this isn't a auditory. This is definitely just a transmission.
Okay, but I can't.
Going
You
in.
said I could kind of tune it out. Can I tune it back in? Because I
Yeah,
got that.
yeah, you can do that. Yeah, yep. This is just like initial, like almost like fail safe of something's trying to get in. I don't know what it is. Protect me, type situation. But when you allow it go through, you hear the same thing of help, help. Getting closer, you hear as you're about to turn the corner to this alleyway. You hear the sound of metal being like loud banging sounds. Metal being thrashed all about. You can hear these low robotic voices. You aren't supposed to be up here. What are you doing here? The twins want to know. You hear another loud clanging of metal as you turn the corner, and you see these two chrome robots wearing black tuxedos, black tie, and they were just wailing into this poor copper bronze, probably like 4 foot tall robot, arrested in lots of places. Looks like he does not belong here at all. They were just thrashing him back and forth into like a large trash can and into the wall and beating up on him more and more.
Can I insight anything about this robot? Since I don't know, engineering wise or whatever, or not. I don't know if engineering is exactly right, but like, what type of robot this might be?
Roll a yeah, engineering check would probably be the.
Okay.
Yep.
+7.
Okay.
Yeah, +7.
Oh, I thought it was 7. Sorry, I clicked that to like possibly switch.
No, that's a 9.
Much better than a 7.
It looks like it was probably like some sort of junkyard robot, just based on the colorization, amount of rust that's there, size. You can see this small belt of tools that's there, maybe meant for fixing broken down things or taking things apart. One of the larger, like, he's like 4 feet. The other ones are probably standard 6 feet tall. Have taken a rusted wrench, probably belonging to him, or just beating him up with it.
What are you doing?
The one with the wrench is about to slam down on this poor helpless robot's head before it pauses, turns, and looks at you. What are you doing here? This is none of your business.
What are you doing though?
As previously stated, this is none of your business.
Why?
The one that seemed to be holding this smaller robot lets go of him and faces toward both of you. Arm reaching down around the waist. You can see a gun holster move along now.
Is it a nice gun?
Like, I'd be the equivalent of like a Glock.
Arvet only has 4 guns. Is he going to keep adding to his collection? How many? So there's just the one robot threatening us? Or
There's well, yeah, the other one's threatening you. One is currently holding the smaller robot by like what would be around the collarbone area,
So-
looking like he's gonna hit him with his own wrench, but it's looking at you.
I don't remember. Is this the place where murder is allowed?
A murder is allowed in sanctioned events, which are usually done in the grunge pits. However, this area is run by the twins, which these robots don't look like twins. They're different makes and models, but they both are wearing that suit. But those twins are allowed to do things under the direction of Mr. Big.
Cool. I'm just gonna go. I'll just be like, all right, guys. I think we should listen to them and leave because like us, they are working for Mr. Big.
Ooh.
What?
Sorry, I just said ooh. I liked what he said. Continue.
To the group, Arvad was just saying that we should probably move along for now, because just like us, they are doing something that Mr. Big has asked them to.
Slumber looks slightly confused.
This small robot turns its head. It's rusted. You can hear it creaking, and from its eye socket, you see a little bit of oil start dripping out of its eye as it's looking towards you, Arvad. It has this very saddened look. Like it can be expressed up with its facial features, and you can see this look of defeat and like, just help me, please, coming from it.
The one getting beaten up?
Mm-hmm. Now looking at its face, I mean, it almost looks like it's an adolescent robot. If a robot could have adolescence, it's just...
Well, we're...
Have a task to fulfill before we die. We need to finish our task, and the rest can be fixed later.
But they're hurt.
Yes, but they are being hurt under the direction of Mr. Big, who runs this place.
Well,
We have one death counter on all of us as it is. We cannot afford to add more at this moment.
if the problem is their presence here, I'm kind of addressing the tuxedo robots. We're on our way, probably to where they would fit in better. We could take them with us.
Roll a diplomacy check for me.
Okay. The
one robot with his gun, he moves his hand away from the holster, back to normal, just like a side, hands by its side position. He looks over to the other one. Another group to take care of the work that we need to do. We can report back to the twins. The other one turns to that robot. Affirmative. As he takes the wrench and just smacks it upside the head of this poor robot, you can... For those of you that are of metallic make, like, a portion of your soul, like, that just looked like it hurt. You can see a large dent inside of its head as it stumbles away, as it, off to the side as the robot drops it. The one holding the wrench tosses it towards you. Very good. And they just walk past you.
I go help up the robot.
Running over to him, he's like, his leg is all busted, arm is barely hanging on by some gears and wires. Does not look like he's doing good at all. He's trying to stand up but isn't able to. He looks a little wary after hearing what Arvad said, but as you guys come over, he gives into the help. Thank you.
Can I perform a little robot first aid to help him get...
You can roll an engineering check. Yeah, engineering.
Okay, engineering. Let me go check that.
Can I help?
Yeah.
If we do.
Yep, you can definitely help.
Is that advantage or me rolling as well?
You can either add a +5 Flamel, or you can both roll separately.
Which one do you want to do? Shall I add 5?
Yeah, if you add 5, you got a 20. I mean, I could roll. I would also be a +7 for me to roll. So
if I add 5, it would be a +12.
Oh, it would. If you added 5 to what you've already got there, you'd have a.
That's my diplomacy check. That's not my engineering check.
Oh, I missed that. Okay, gotcha. If you added 5, it'd be +12. Gotcha.
Can multiple of us work on? Can we work on multiple things if we try to help the robot?
Mm-hmm.
I would like to work on a different section because you said an arm is coming off, and they're also injured in other ways.
Oh yeah, like
It's all
the
just
front breastplate is dented in. You can see there's small sparks coming off of it. One arm is like hanging by wires and cogs. The other leg is the metal itself is bent and broken in opposite directions.
I would like to work on something that she is not working on. That way, I can hit a different point. But I would like to
okay.
do what I would look very shameful.
All right.
You start walking up to him, and you can see like he physically he looks scared of you, Arvad, as he tries backing up but isn't able to. No, please, Mr. Big, please don't hurt me. I'm sorry.
Not gonna hurt you. Not gonna hurt you.
I just I use a telepathic message to him and say, I don't know why he said that. We don't work for.
Sluga.
Oh, he was lying to get them to go away. You see the smile come over his face. Like it's one of those like it's definitely like the how do I describe it? Yeah, the metal just seems like to shift a little bit as he's smiling. And he looks over to you at Arvad, and one of the eyes is almost coming out of its socket, and he tries to wink it, but it gets stuck halfway.
I pointedly do not look as I'm trying not to cry, because more than anyone else here, do I love robots and AI.
Oh.
You're like, I love robots more than anyone, even the robots.
Trust me, I do.
As the three of you are gathered around and pulling out tools and assisting him, Sloop has also gone up to him and is just licking him, and he seems to be.
He rusts with every lick.
Seems to actually be clearing off a little bit of the rust. The.
Luke, why don't you do the thing anyways? It would actually very much help to transport this.
To transport or to clean it up?
Yes.
I think we're trying to get him so he can walk by himself.
You probably have to get some more materials to like fully make him functional. That leg is busted up bad.
How big is he?
Yeah.
I do the thing I did to Arvad earlier.
4 feet tall.
And like fall on him.
All right.
And then pick him up with that. And then also, as I'm doing that, I will start electrolyzing the rust off of him.
Love it. So you guys are working on him for a little bit. You're able to make sure, like, you give him a check over, make sure that no vital components are busted. As you do, as you are opening him up, before you get to this bloop, like opening up the chest cavity, you do see, surrounded in this metal casing, a living heart that seems to be pumping.
What the fuck? Like an actual physical heart?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's not necessarily a robot. He might be more android.
Oh my gosh, that's terrifying to me as a person.
You mean, cyborg?
Yeah, like a cyborg. Yeah.
Would he be a cyborg or an android?
He is an android, like according to the Starfinder.
My. I'm gonna give him one of my boosters now that I know he has hit points like a person.
But like that's the only non-metallic organ you see. Everything else is circuitry and things.
Yeah, well, I have cyber medicine anyway, so it works for androids really well.
Guys, have you seen the schematics for the members of DAFCON?
No.
The schematics? I haven't seen the schematics though.
So in their Random Access Memories album, they released some schematics for the robot characters, right? Obviously, they didn't play suits, but they made some schematics for them. And the silver robot has a brain and a speaker for a mouth, but the gold robot has a heart but no brain.
Interesting.
Yeah, at least we can find out.
So as you continue working on him, he's smiling, looking around. Gee, I sure am grateful for all of you. Is there anything I can do to repay you guys for this? Oh, my name's Plankerton, by the way.
Plankerton.
Plankerton. Mm-hmm. So it's a pleasure to meet all of you.
Well, Plankerton, how about we figure that out after we
Okay.
We'll start
That
as
sounds good.
friends,
I don't-
see where we go from
I don't know how well I'm going to be able to walk. As he says that bloop, you come over and it's like, oh, this is a weird feeling.
And then,
Stands up and you start maneuvering him. He's just laughing like a young adolescent boy would at this.
and then DM, I put the suit on over both.
The suit, he has a lot of like exposed sharp metal pieces. The suit might rip.
Okay. Is this
Yeah.
not the Isaac Clarke Dead Space like metal suit, or?
I mean, it has aspects of that, but like, there's also aspects that are thinner. And he's a pretty tough metal. I want, like, you can do it. I just want to make sure that, you know, there is a risk of your suit getting punctured.
Okay. Then I will not do that. I'll just have it be in a corner.
And does it matter if your suit gets punctured?
Yeah, kind of.
Why? Can you breathe?
I think so, yeah.
I mean, suction can still affect you, even if you know, if you're in the vacuum of space or whatever. Even if you don't need to breathe, that could
I can repair
pull
your
you out.
suits.
Like, those are the schematics for the Daft robots.
Oh, those are so cool. So, as you guys are now walking back out, Ewan, roll me a perception check really quickly, as you've been keeping an eye out.
Seriously, I need to increase my perception check. Yeah. Case in point.
After all that time playing those characters.
You do notice that those two robots, a black hovering vehicle, it's sleek in design. It pulls up to the side as they hop in, and it goes away. You do notice, probably 10-15 minutes into them working on repairing this Plankerton, this car. It looks like it's a similar make and model. Probably 2 blocks ahead. It's just pulled off to the side. No one's gotten out of it, but you clock it. I didn't get any of your names. I should probably thank the people that saved me. Can't give you
I'm
much.
Slunda.
Hi, Slunda. It's nice to meet you. I'm Plankerton.
Hello, Plankerton.
I'm Flamel.
Hi, Flamel. I'm Plankerton.
Did say that. We can all hear you when you say it.
And then from him, I gotta just say like to him like, oh god.
Hi, Bloop. I'm Plankerton. Nice to meet you. This is tickling. I don't know what to think of this.
I am cleaning your robotic components.
Oh, that's very kind of you. I don't have any money to pay you with, though.
That's alright. This is like food.
Oh.
Use the rust.
This is like those places where you go for getting those fish that eat the dead skin off your feet.
Oh, yes.
Yes!
I don't like them. Just the concept freaks me
I have never been to one of them. I just know of the concept.
out.
Yeah, me too.
Never.
By the way, can we end very soon? I have to go to bed.
Oh, yeah. I didn't
Yeah.
realize what it was.
We definitely can.
I have 8 a.m. class tomorrow.
Oh, nice. So, we'll say that as you guys, that's actually a pretty good place. You guys have worked on Plankerton for a minute. You're starting to walk down the sidewalk again. Now about 4 blocks away from the converging towers. Plankerton is a little chatterbox. He is asking you all the questions. Who are you? Where'd you come from? What's your names? Do you have any family? Just genuinely seems happy that like there's somebody that cared about him and is just trying to get to know you guys. Looking out towards the converging towers, Ewan, you do notice that as you guys walk a couple blocks ahead, that one car that was there starts to move forward, staying a good distance away, but does seem to be following you guys. With
I
that-
will stealthily communicate that with the rest of the group that we have a tail.
Pinkerton looks, I don't have a tail.
I expect Slunda also does not understand this.
Yes, Slunda is detected by something else. No, you do not have a tail. What?
Means someone's following us.
Ow.
That is where we will end tonight's session. Thank you, everyone.
Yes. Thank
All
you.
right.
Say my big plan worked.
It did.
It did.
You guys said some very good things. I was prepared for the worst. I was like, you know what? I don't want to railroad you guys to their grunge pits, but if you want to go, like, I was tempted to. I'm like, no, they want to go talk to Mr. Big. Well, let's talk to Mr. Big.
I was gonna say.
And I was like, we'll see what happens. But you guys said some things that worked out. So good job.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how many of you noticed me roll the D2 twice tonight.
I did.
I noticed.
It was a toss-up. I think Arvet's the type of guy who carries a coin around and flips it. But I had to roll twice to figure out whether or not I was just gonna, shoot him.
So glad you didn't.
I
Yes,
know,
thank you for
right?
not.
I was gonna pull a Prometheus again. A move that Arvad is now familiar with in his life, where you while you're talking to someone, you shake their hand and you do a spell that inflicts damage upon them as you then ready to shoot them and fight.
Well, thank you for not doing that.
I'm so glad.
I'm very glad. It was very interesting to see that he didn't try and murder us. Also,
Yeah.
that the space bear is alive, but also seems weirder. So, I wish.
Well,
I
everybody's
wish
a little
we did
different.
surgery on him.
You
We
have
could-
the skills
we
of
could
a
get-
party.
I can heal. I have healing spells. But also, we could get that sort of defenestration out of his back for blue. Can you imagine?
Those are some. s-
What about a space?
I know that's the best part. You get thrown out the nearest window. It's the space.
At this point, those are some seriously cursed swords. Just throwing, like, your characters went, no,
We
not
don't
like.
want them.
Those are
I still have a
nasty.
list of like the 7 swords Prometheus or Chronicler managed to get out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm very interested in Plankerton. So glad we saved him.
Me too. I was like, okay. Plankerton might die. That's okay.
Do you guys understand how devastating it was for Arvad to have to say that and try to leave this poor robot child behind? And how worse it became for him when he saw a heart inside of a mechanical thing?
Yeah, that's
For a second, I didn't pick it out, but yep, now, yep, that's. Mm-hmm.
No one loves them more than Arvad. When I meet Nicholas Flamel, I will fight the man. I'll be like, no, I love them more.
I'm homosexual.
My wife.
I was like, please do not fight my father. He's just a genius trying to do genius things. Don't fight him.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
just me and your dad like slap fighting while we cry. No, I love them more. Slap. No, me. Slap.
I based the AI model off my wife. Well,
I know which character's gonna flirt with Arvad now.
Oh my god.
That's gonna be a fun family reunion. Flamel as your youngest sister.
No.
It's like, oh, you love robots, eh? Well,
I'm curious to find out the references.
He's married. He's a married man.
oh, but even better for her.
Wait, who's married man?
Oh no.
You just said you were.
Oh, I mean, yes, but you know that story. No one else.
I know.
does.
Oh,
Yes,
no.
I'm curious to find out why you keep saying Larkspur.
Who?
You.
Oh, I'm just really bad at remembering the name. I'm gonna be really honest. I forgot Rosenberg's
Oh, sure.
name as soon, or no, I forgot Larkspur's name as soon as the campaign ended. And when he was describing, I was like, I know Larkspur is not the right name. No. Wait, which character? I actually had to go back in, and actually, it might be in that first video. I had to go back and scroll through the chat, and I was just like, Chronicler, and I'm like trying to scroll through and see, like, her name's gotta be in here. What am I? Who am I talking to?
So you don't have a deep, dark secret that we are not privy to yet.
I mean, I do, but it has nothing to do with Rosendor, I don't think. Wait, hold on. Yeah, Rosendor.
Larkspur?
Maybe it's because you were like, oh, they're so similar, and I was just like, okay, and it's stuck in my brain. To where even during the last campaign, I almost slipped up several times.
Oh, don't worry, I did all the time. I still do.
I know, you're like Chronicler, and I'm like, that's two characters ago, technically.
Calling Drake Ling. Oh, whoops.
Drake, I finally watched Tanya the Evil, and
Ooh.
Ling makes so much more sense. Is Ling also an isekai baby?
No, Ling is not.
Oh, okay. I was just like, man. Also, the concept of Tanya the Evil is extremely hilarious to me.
Is that the little blonde German girl or whatever?
Technically, yes. It's an Asian
Technically.
like, I don't believe in God. I hate. You're not even God. You're just some random
Being
stupid
X.
being.
Being
And,
X.
and you know, God was like, I don't like that. You say you believe in me if I gave you a hard time? Well, that's not really what I. Born as a little orphan girl in alternate universe Germany, and she's like, you know what? I got high level magic power. Fine, I'm gonna use that and my full-grown adult body mind, and I'm gonna fix this shit forever. And basically, the Nazis won.
No. It's World War I, not 2.
Okay, sorry. The pre-Nazi Austrians.
Austro-Hungarian Empire.
Yeah. Well, the Empire, literally, is what they call themselves. If only they had listened to I think at the time of the show.
Yep.
And she's like, what, 8? 6, 12? Somewhere in they're never really
Yeah, if they had listened to her at the end there, like, kept pushing,
they would have won the world.
Yeah.
Austria, it would have taken over everything.
yeah, they would have had at least that hemisphere. I think they would have had that hemisphere.
Yes, it was really well done, especially the fact that like Being X was like, hey, if you want to stay alive, you have to call upon me. So every time she had to attack someone to stay alive, or to fly, or to use some magic, she's just like, oh God, please take them in your name. And then in her mind, she's like, I fucking hate you. I'll kill you myself.
So, do you remember every time that Ling does Eldritch Blast, they had that little blurb from the Rifleman's Creed?
No, I remember.
Yeah,
No,
that's kind of what that links
I was
to.
watching it, and when I say watching it, I mean I binged it all in a day while I was
Mhm.
reading the paper. I like kept picking up on these things. I understand everything about Ling now. And it made me wonder, is Ling an isekai boy from another universe? Does
Nope.
he just keep playing isekai characters?
No. Ling was born to a city guard. Yep, a gnomish guard. Both Ling's parents are alive and well, as far as I know. I don't know about overlap
Even
lifespan.
after thousands of years, Ling's parents are still.
I want to play a gnome character who was actually just a midget, who was a amongst gnomes.
Oh, by the way, so I had an idea for a bard concept.
Well, I have an idea for a bard concept.
So basically,
Only one person can have an idea.
Are you guys familiar with the